Alright, I'm back. After taking just enough care that I won't starve to death here. There we go. Already back in this courthouse. Let's see exactly how this is gonna go, and if we're gonna learn anything about the victim even. Because it's technically not murder at this point, we're led to believe. That we're defending the guy for. We're standing court to advance our studies even when... Yep, we can assume that we're going to lose sometimes, I guess. It'd possibly be just another day of studying if someone's stuff that's happening to him. Someone's life is actually affected by this. Her eyes look completely bloodshot. Well, there's a saying in my land, the illiterate gain some small benefit. Well, if waking up earns me a little extra, should I not sleep for even an instant? In just one night the benefit could add up to a single penny. Why you see me here in such a drowsy state? Well, evidently someone else thought that it was worth more than that, as evidenced by how the previous trial ended up. And that's pretty much it. My divinely decreed destiny is a perturbed, fleeting life. Still don't understand him, but the part about being nervous definitely shines through. In any case, I was a law student Naruhodo. I was able to catch a glimpse of the courtroom's gallery. There were as many people present as there would be on the opening day of Great Theatre. Well, is my impending judgment really so popular with the London public? Yeah, there might be something a little more fishy about this case that we still don't know about. Did I say that I do and yet? Well, could it possibly be because of the Grim Reaper? Well, I guess that would be an explanation. Went out and bought all of today's newspapers, and indeed Prosecutor Van Six was in the front page of every single one. He came back and lost. After he earned the title of Grim Reaper, for a number of years he avoided the courts. Inspector Gregson said the same thing yesterday. And I mean, we heard it, as I mentioned, in the previous trial. Trial 2 days ago was his revival after so many years. Horrifying case of Cosney Yandel, the bizarre, inexplicable thing, caused an even greater uproar within London than today's coming trial. And why has he decided to prosecute such a trivial case only 2 days later? Well, his newspaper is spreading their own speculation. It's the most important thing since the foundation of Japan. Well, it's the newspapers that keep saying it. Because this will further fuel the blaze of international tensions. So it is odd that this prosecutor has suddenly awakened from his long slumber. There is one more similarity between the 2 trials he has prosecuted. That would be you. Which is, technically the truth. In the 2 trials of the newly revived Grim Reaper, one attorney stands against him. It almost makes me feel as though you two might be good friends. Don't make friends with bringers of death, don't we though? It seems, inconvenient. Oh, already have that, okay. Without so, then there is one possibility. You have incredibly, hopelessly, irredeemably poor luck. That's a little dramatic. Defended by an attorney with such dreadful luck, what has my life come to? This unpredictable misfortune is surely more monumental than the foundation of Japan. Even though, yeah, he's the one who chose that. As the student with no luck, experience, or real ability, and only just arrived, but even so, fair to believe in you and to fight with all I have in me until the bitter end. You're not alone in London anymore. You are in a pretty comparable situation, though. Whatever may come, we stand beside you. I, Sasuke, humbly, respectfully place my life in your hands. Court's about to begin. Make way to the courtroom at once. Looks like it's time. So we're finally gonna see exactly how this is gonna play out. We're just gonna stop watching mode of philosophical and just get to what happened. My second time standing in a British court and my second time facing the Grim Reaper. This time I'm ready to believe in my client through and through. Follow what you taught me as well. Which is what I've been doing this whole time, kind of. Just a tiny bit redundant, you would say. And we've got a new group of jurors, I guess. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, we declare this court in session. So, like I said, it's either 1901, February, or 1902, which would mean that Victoria's definitely dead at this point, and yet I guess we assume that she isn't. By the way, everyone keeps talking about Her Majesty the Queen. Prosecution is ready. Defense is ready. Creatures known as Japanese truly are fascinating. Well, heard about you from the Lord Vortex himself. 2 days ago, a pair of Greenhorn exchange students had just arrived in London. You wish to save the defendant who happens to be your countryman. Typical Japanese hubris, so don't consider that hubris. I recall our last trial ended with a not guilty verdict. And what a decadent verdict it was. Much to your chagrin. After the trial ended, the defendant met his own untimely demise, so it seemed. It seems oddly convenient timing based on what we heard about shady, suspicious things happening to those who were prosecuted by Van Sieks. Principal citizens chosen by the capital city, are you all prepared? Oh boy, oh hey, it's that guy. The banker from the previous case. Should I fail to fight for justice today, it might be my life on the line tomorrow, and be a lot meaner than I look. Is this also the guy from I'm But a Mild-Mannered Young Man? This looks like it might be the guy from the last case as well, but with a different outfit. And the maid, or the wife disguised as a maid. The mustachioed man seems to be the type that's liable to do just about anything. Get this started already. And John Houston. That we shall begin the trial post-haste. So let's have the opening statement. Mere days ago, our great empire forged an alliance with an island nation in the Far East. That was mere days ago, really. Hold on a second. Mere days ago. Even though we apparently agreed on the exchange thing before anyone even set out for Britain, and that was like months or weeks that it took the boat trip. Fernand is a visitor from that very nation. Sasuke Natsume is his name. I guess we're not gonna address that at all. Welcome this exchange student into our empire with open arms, and yet, to our shame, that very student has committed the most heinous crime within our capital. He stabbed a poor innocent woman on the street using a knife. Stabbing someone with a knife is as low as you can go. Well, that's pretty much that's definitely a Jap, that yellow face. You don't care what you do, just bring this thing to a close. Ready, set, go. Yeah, the culprit or the victim in the last case was also stabbed. That's supposed to be the reference, I guess. But yeah, we never get a full explanation of the circumstances behind that. How insolent to let the Holy Grail loose at the trial's onset. Well, still going on about that. I wish to summon our first witness to the court. The inspector responsible for leading the investigation on the crime scene. So we're gonna talk to Gregson. Name is Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. believe the victim is a 20-year-old woman named Viridian Green, which is not at all a redundant vocabulary statement. What do you mean by believe? Well, all we know is that the victim was stabbed in the back with a knife, and apparently she's not dead though. 3 days have passed since the incident, but she still hasn't regained consciousness. Oh boy. Yeah, that is kind of fucking weird, isn't it? Is she at least in stable condition? Fortunately, this Japanese student has just narrowly avoided a murder charge so far, but we're still gonna do this fucking trial. Allow you to explain the incident in more detail. Let's see what the official stance is here. The incident occurred 3 days ago at around 5 o'clock in the evening. The scene itself was a pavement along the side of a wide alley for coaches in Briar Road. The victim was walking along the pavement where snow had just stopped falling. But then the defendant sneaked up behind her and plunged a knife into her back, just like that here. Fortunately, she managed to cling to her life. She is currently admitted to a local clinic. But as long as she remains unconscious, we are unable to request testimony from her. So let's see. Information, but it's not a post-mortem or anything like that. She's not dead, I guess. This was found in the victim's back, a huge knife. When a weaker person could stab someone with ease. Well, when a wimp like Sasuke could have done it. What was the culprit's motive? Surely he meant to take your valuables. Judging by the items on her person, the victim was but a poor student. Why is that she wouldn't have had any valuables worth stealing in the first place? Perhaps the perpetrator held some deep resentment towards her. Well, we do not know, and we have no way of getting answers because of the circumstances. Exchange student seldom goes outside save to visit the used bookshop. We have yet to find any link between the victim and defendant. And yet, here we are. If it wasn't a robbery and he has no known grudge against her, Sasuke would have had no reason to stab Viridian. And yet you still arrested him. Well, there goes the bottle. We're just gonna do that. Impudent of me to cast my freshly opened bottle into the gallery, but we're gonna gloss over that. It's your own words that should be called right in what was before that, however. Scotland Yard would not arrest a man without just cause. Inspector Gregson, well, I guess we're gonna explain the explanation of why that arrest happened. Around 5 PM when the incident occurred. The fog was unusually thin. The crime scene was an open area with high visibility. Nobody else was present. The victim fell to the ground after she was stabbed in the back. The culprit made a run for it, but as he fled the scene, he dropped the items he was carrying. Which were old books, I guess. Wonder if we're gonna have any of these books as evidence, because we have a receipt to weigh against that. There's a photograph that was taken by the police shortly after the crime was committed. Okay. 3 books. I'm surprised the Japanese are a lot of cowards. We're still doing this. Still deny everything. Defendant isn't exactly denying everything. Sasuke has acknowledged that he's connected to this case in one way. What he said was but one other individual walking in front of me along that cursed road. But pass her by and that's when it happened. Suddenly let out a short cry and then she collapsed into the cold ground. So he pretty much testifies to having been there, which he wouldn't have tried to deny if he was like that much guiltier. He was wearing a green coat. Defendant confirms that he fled the scene of the crime. Doesn't mean that he stabbed Green, that's just an absurd conclusion. The accused and the victim were the only ones walking on that pavement, which is to say nobody else was able to stab the victim. Is the accused himself not admitting to this very fact? Well, he's not admitting to having done it himself, though. Defense will now proceed with caution in its cross-examination. Alright. Let's see exactly what we get here. Guessing that we're gonna have to get more information on the books, but... Fog was unusually thin, so we hear. One could actually make out the other side of the street. Well, sure is for the city, but the Japanese wouldn't really know that, would they? London is known as the Old Smoke. In Japan, it's rumored to be a beautiful sight. Well, to us, it ain't so romantic. This time of year, all that fog causes endless problems, and on especially foggy days, it gets so bad you can't even see your own hand in front of your face. You can't even see a coach until I got kicked by the horse, so... And the day in question, it seems that bloody fog finally managed to clear up a bit. Much to the chagrin of any potential criminal, I'm sure. Crime scene was an open area with high visibility. Yet nobody else was present, so we're told. Witness was an officer of Scotland Yard. Oh yeah. Should ask that witness to testify in. Yeah, I guess we're gonna be questioning whatever constable was apparently the witness that we haven't really heard any more details about yet. Most of the area should have been dark by 5 o'clock since it's winter. Regardless of how thin the fog was, who knows if a person would be visible in the dark. Perhaps your tiny distant island nation hasn't discovered the wonders of artificial light yet, well. But all the roads in the great capital city are equipped with gas lamps. Prosecution believes these lamps provide adequate lighting for them to witness the crime. Well, you're hating on the Gothic tradition by saying, yes, civilization, totally, it's ours. And with the defense's silence, you may continue with your testimony. Oh boy, I'm seeing some interesting things in here. Some, maybe a little bit deluded. Okay. The victim fell to the ground after she was stabbed in the back. I want to make a very cursory investigation here. Was stabbed in the back. Well, she does have a knife sticking out of her back. And the victim, Miss Green, is still unconscious. He's recovering in St. Bartholomew's Hospital, alright. You're hoping she'd wake up, but evidently she is not. When we could ask her directly, she might be able to tell us who the perpetrator was. Defense believes him to, in fact, be incredibly unlucky. Odds for bravado is meaningless if you can't even stop your eyes from darting around. Culprit made a run for it, but as he fled the scene, he dropped the items he was carrying. Wait, we haven't. No impresses yet, even though this is like the one where we have the potential to actually show something. They're also present in the photograph, even though we don't really have a good look at their, at what they are exactly, even though I'm pretty sure that's what we're wanting to focus on right now. Time in the snow has left them damaged beyond salvage. That's the reason he would have been able to wield a knife on the other hand. Argument that he held books in both hands no longer hold water. Well, I mean... But argue that it would have to be demonstrated if I really had to worry about that. Now our escape route has been obstructed, and loath to admit that he is at least counting. So the culprit committed the crime while he was carrying those items. And then just left them there, because... I mean, why would he leave books that could be traced back to him? Yes, on his way back from my used bookshop here. Can we hear more about the books? We at least have a chance to do something. Bookshop primarily collected old works of British literature. Was it Mag's bookshop near Berkeley Square? Because I was there once, and I would have loved to take something from there, but they're like super rare first edition kind of things, so they're stupidly expensive. I still kind of want to buy something from there one day, though, just for the hell of it. When I have like a shitload of money, I'll just do that. Must express my respect for the accused's keen fascination with our own classic literature. Defendant's room was damn well near overflowing with old books. Can we hear a little more about the chapel? Oh, fuff. Well, that's a line taken straight out of YouTube poop. Taking another look at this map of the area around the scene. Sauce. Rear. The Ragged Reader. Oh, wait a minute. That's not the one that was in the receipt, was it? That's from the Tattered Tales, so yeah, that's your contradiction right there. Closest used bookshop to the defendant's flat would be the Ragged Reader. In the corner of Briar and Meerschaum. By the way, the defendant's flat happens to be on the opposite side of Briar Road. So the route he would be... Okay, so I guess this is what we're gonna use. We're gonna prove that he wasn't passing through there. In the route he was taking, I guess. I'm guessing that's where this is going. It's gonna be like she collapsed, so he ran away, but she wasn't actually at the scene of the murder yet. So she would have had the chance to move after that. Inspector's testimony was incredibly important, yeah. It's pretty obvious why. Name of the bookshop right now. It was Black Books. I have a feeling this could be extremely important information. Well, request to amend your testimony to include the name of the used bookshop. Might as well press the last statement and see the looping loop message just to see what it looks like. We identified the defendant as the owner of the books and arrested him. Investigation was requested by Holmes. Well, that meddling bloke is always sticking his log where it doesn't belong. Knows. Mr. Holmes said he came to the crime scene with the rest of the detectives. They were acting out of order. Well, always telling them if an incident goes down, contact Central, and then just do as Central says and do anything unnecessary. Screw this gut feeling you have. You gotta do things by the book, I guess. That's how everything is done. Leaking info about a case to that goon next month, he'll have a whole book about it. Well, good work for an amateur detective. That man is such a thorn in the yard side. Perhaps I could take care of your little problem, oh boy. Considering he's known as a Reaper, he could probably end someone's life with a few words. Harry Japanese even admitted it. He's the one who brought all the books that ended up scattered around the crime scene, which, I don't know, I still think seems kind of suspicious. And not, like, conclusive yet, but... if you can't change the jurors' minds during this cross-examination, Soseki will almost certainly be found guilty. So we have a contradiction, yeah, so let's press that technically new statement, I think, just to see what happens. And then we'll actually point out the contradiction. Are you sure that's the name? The nearest used bookshop to the defendant's flat. It's right there. To clear something up, did the defendant really go to the Ragged Reader? Well, pretty much know that he went to a place that wasn't it, that much we can ascertain. Shopkeeper left to replenish his stock the morning after the incident occurred. I haven't been able to ask if the defendant went. That's very convenient. went there on the day of the crime. Then what did the defendant himself say about it? Claims that he doesn't remember. And then some deposition states, I don't remember. Oh boy. Doesn't quite remember which used bookshop he meandered into. I mean, I probably wouldn't remember the name of a shop like that if it was like, you know, a downtown area where there were multiple businesses like that. Unless I was especially trying to make a note of that. Alright, so let's actually point out the contradiction now. Not even gonna saves come, because I'm pretty sure we're not gonna need it too. I'm busy, you know. The receipt we found in Sasuke's room from a used bookshop. It's printed on the day of the crime, and it notes that he purchased 3 books in the defendant's room. Problem is the name of the used bookshop. What is the meaning of this? It was printed at a shop called Printed. I don't know about that. Is there anything that was carried or sold, but I bet sure it wasn't printed there. Tattered Tales Book Emporium. All the receipt was, I guess. Probably blinked and missed it. Well, it is true that Sasuke purchased used books on the day of the crime. He did not visit the Ragged Reader. I mean, maybe he did, he just did it after that, or before that. But it turns out there is one more used bookshop near the Ragged Reader. Oh boy, what you see? Such a small shop that we didn't think the defendant would go anywhere near it. Which sounds like an excuse to me. What is the point of this? Well, no matter where he purchases the decrepit, moldy tomes, the conclusion remains content, does it though? We need to hear more details about that. Figure out whether or not that's actually true. If he had shopped there, he would have followed this path. If he had been a Tattered Tales instead, we don't know where it is. Though, it was only said that it was near the other shop. Depending on where that used bookshop is, then maybe. Right now it is only a possibility. So where is this book emporium? Tattered Tales would be here, right around here, on the east corner of the block, which would leave it more or less at equal distance for him to have followed the other route or to have gone around the south side. Which would mean that he wouldn't have passed exactly by the crime scene. Barely lends a lot more credence to that ambiguity. We're stretching this out because we're not allowed to point it out yet. Even though it seems pretty self-evident. Even if the defendant was at Tattered Tales, but yeah, but what if he went the other way? I mean, that's not impossible. Would have definitely passed on the crime scene anyway, but would he though? That's a lot less certain at that distance. No matter where he purchases the decrepit moldy tomes, the conclusion remains constant. We're still saying that. I still say that it doesn't. It's really not a self-evident thing here. Now's the time to stand firm. If you keep quiet and let the prosecution's assertions become accepted as facts, jurors may all make up their minds based on that. Be careful to rethink the prosecution's claim, even though it's... What do you have here to... Well, no, we know that. We know that that's not the case, but... For some reason we've been making a big deal about not... Not pointing that out yet. Might answer is right here, you see. And he was on his way home from Tattertails. He could have gone this way. But he could have also gone the other way. Like, what's to indicate that he wouldn't have gone that way? It seems pretty obvious. How that's a possibility. Most people would call that a very roundabout way of walking home. I don't know about that. It really depends on when... I'd say it's pretty much the same distance. Depends on what scenery you want to see, really. It's pretty much the same distance. Wouldn't take the long road home, or would you? Maybe they would have a reason to. How would you understand because how can you accuse him of that when you haven't even asked him? Well, sure, you must have asked him already. I don't remember, was the answer. Well, that sounds about right, honestly. In this situation. He's always wandering aimlessly throughout the city, lost in thought, and I don't know, I would say that would make it pretty evident or pretty plausible that he would take the long route. At least equally plausible. I would say that the burden of proof for the saying that he walked through the criminal route doesn't fall on my side. What would your opinions be? We're just gonna do it at this point. Oh, we're holding it. Oh. This guy's saying something. But if he did take that route, well, 6 jurors unanimously agree, really. We have come to one firm, unshakable conclusion. Where? The guy that couldn't hear anything just says that. Okay. And it all just happens in an instant. So what, we do the thing where we persuade them immediately again. Our sage citizen jurors and their brave resolve are the pride of the great British Empire. Not done yet, though. This is my final chance to persuade the jurors, so at least he remembers that. To tip those huge scales, it's time for a grand turnabout. It's time for the big bluff that my descendants are gonna carry forward. Tell me you plan to parade your rights around this courtroom again. Well, I mean, they are called rights for a reason. They haven't been derogated yet, even if I'm kind of making an argument for that at this point. Every attorney has a right to call for a closing argument, and here I go. In accordance with the right prescribed by our legal code, the closing argument now begins. I guess that seems like a really flimsy and unanimous decision that they came to. The attorney doesn't know when to give up. Well, not that, but I'm sure it's gonna be a pretty easy contradiction to find in this segment. Oh, here we go. Murderous chap has already said it himself. Okay. Lady in the green coat just fell over? Who else but the victim could that be? There's no reason he would have taken such a long route home from the bookshop. Basically, that guy just stabbed her right in the back. Don't even care, just get this over with. So this guy's just giving up completely. Taylor's Book Emporium was a great shop. Ragged Reader, not so much. I mean, that's pretty much just a group making a comment about a fact that was stated, a circumstance. Only the accused and the victim were present when the incident occurred. The accused said it himself. He's admitted that he saw the fallen woman in the green coat. The defendant fled from the scene right after. Certainly sounds like enough basis for a guilty verdict to me. Oh. An invisible criminal. See if you can walk a mile in my shoes. Only one way. Wouldn't they write spilt instead of spilled? Isn't that the British way of writing it, or am I thinking of, like, Australia? I don't even know. I have to turn the verdict on its head. You gotta turn out that the fucking Xenoblade Chronicles translation is more Australian than British. At this point. One day I'll finish that game on stream. One day. Stop at nothing. Alright, let's see what kind of nonsense we're gonna have to do now. Defense's rebuttal. The murderous chap has already said it himself. Yeah, we're pretty much gonna have to wait press. We can press. I was not aware of that. I don't think we had to do that at all in the last trial. Weren't you in the previous trial? Thought I recognized you from somewhere. So if I recall, you were a banker from the city. Oscar Furbley, and I've had to put up with a lot of trouble thanks to you. Well, I mean, didn't his debt vanish? Because the guy died. Treated me and the young Hatter like criminals. Well, I mean, they were still pretty suspicious, and there was like a lot of stuff left unexplained from their involvement. Any suspicion about me has been cleared up, really. We do declare anyone I want guilty. Well, I guess that's why he's on the jury. Worried about poor Mr. Lady first. How do you think he's doing? Well, I don't know, juror number 3 is looking kind of suspicious over there. Suppose that's true. Defendant said that when the incident occurred, saw a person walking ahead of him wearing a green coat, but that could have been anyone, I mean. There was no further description than that. That means that the shady Japanese with the mustache must be the culprit. Even though she just fell over, he says. It means that the crime it's all over for him. She just happened to fall down in front of me. You dirty Japanese. We're still doing this at this point. Don't just lump us all together. Don't lump me together with that guy. He's basically what he's saying. There was no one else on the scene. In other words, no one else could have committed the crime. If no one else was there, then there's no question about who the culprit must be. Well, there's no reason he would have taken such a long route home from the bookshop. Oh wait, we need to press that still. Yeah, this guy's looking kind of familiar, I don't know. Can't deny that the long way is a viable route. Calabash Road, yeah. Still, what's important is whether he took that road or not, yep. To that we arrive at the fact that there is no evidence he went that way, but there's no evidence he went the other way either, I mean. And that says that he doesn't remember where he walked, which I would say lends greater credibility to the possibility that he took the long road. We want to get home as quick as possible, even though he says that he wanders the city. Not like I'm just rushing to a guilty verdict or anything. I think he needs fucking protagonist needs to be a lot more critical of stuff that isn't absolutely correct. It laid out all out for me, I just might reconsider. Why might he have taken the long way home? Well, why wouldn't he have taken a long way home? That guy just stabbed her right in the back. I guess we might have missed. If we could always have the option to freaking press these, then I guess we missed some flavor text in the previous trial. Aren't you the landlord's wife from the defendant's flat? Oh boy. Yeah, they're doing the charade. Why didn't you say anything about this yesterday? I had no idea that you were selected to be a juror for this trial. Apparently you're not allowed to mention it until the day of the trial. Defendant is resting on renting a flat in your home. Actually been here for about a week. Does he look like the kind of man to commit a crime? Can't say he doesn't. Holds up in his room all day and he has a suspicious mustache, therefore. People are saying things like he could be making bombs in there for all we know. You old Victorian anarchy. Just a harmless bookworm who wouldn't hurt a fly, though. Having the maid talk might be more dangerous than I thought. What about the rest of these? I'm assuming there's a reason why we want to get these guys pressed. I mean, no one has to like jury duty. If I don't get to work pronto, it'll be my life on the line. Fancy pants lawyer like you wouldn't get it. I do manual labor and I get paid by the day. If I take so much as one day off, I won't be able to feed my wife and kid. First come, first serve. Lately all the underground water and gas pipes have been rupturing. 8 peanuts to work morning till night digging up roads and fixing pipes. But mean you were digging on the day of the crime as well. Come to think of it, that day I was working in the neighborhood where that musty old bookshop is. Oh boy, so something's gonna come out of that. Mearshaum Road was the name. Alright, so we get a different statement from him. Sticking up Mearshaum Road all day. Okay, so that pretty much changes everything. That pretty much is the reason why he wouldn't be walking back through there. Well, let's just go ahead and talk to this guy just for the hell of it. You often visit Tattertail's Book Emporium. Browse old books, then I read them at home while I sip old tea. That's my life. Oh. Do you remember what time you went to Tattertail's? I was looking at books all afternoon, then I left the shop before 5 o'clock. 4 or 5 o'clock. Yeah, doesn't this guy look like he could be mistaken for the victim? Maybe this is the guy that the other guys saw fall over. Had a really tough time that day. I'm guessing that's where this is going. A narrow footpath on Calva's road was frozen over, so he fell over. Yep. There you go. Snow had only just stopped falling on the pavement and I fell smack on the ground, was knocked out cold. So this is the guy who Sasuke actually saw falling over. Our little footpath is the quickest way home from Tattertail, so... He's gonna change the statement anyway, though, isn't he? Their statements are a bit too original for my taste, so pretty much have to press until we come up with something that we can work with. So now that we're actually gonna take action, because I'm pretty sure we've gotten the statement set. I can work with this one. I was digging up Mearshaum Road all day when lady got stabbed. Let's see. There's no reason, well, but there is a reason. There you go. Why is he pointing at me? Well, Important fact in Juror 5 statement. Let's compare what was said with the map as an illustration. Sasuke bought books at this used bookshop. On this day, Mearsam Road was being dug up to the construction. We don't know what parts of it though, so we're gonna ignore that though. That would be inconvenient for our arguments. We wouldn't have been able to travel this road to return home. Yes, he's right. So the bricks in the road were smashed and the road was dug up about 2 yards across. Those hoity-toity ladies and gentlemen took the long way around instead. So there you go. In order to get back to his flat, the defendant would have been forced to take the long way. Said the following: there's no reason he would have taken such a long route home, but now you see. We've just established that he had ample reason to do so. So there you go. Perhaps I have been a bit hasty in my decision, and now that we should continue this trial a little longer. At least until we can clear that up, yes. I mean, this is the guy that just wants to leave as quickly as possible. Which apparently is not an uncommon sentiment within practitioners of jury duty. All the jurors will have to reconsider their stances. It's extremely important they really think about whether they feel their verdict is just. Any more clues that could clear up the suspicion around Sasuke? You can use this momentum to overturn the verdict. So, closing argument. Oh. We're pretty much the only this guy's convinced, and so is the other guy, but we point out next, I think, is not so much a contradiction as a compliment. A green cow just fell over. Who else could it be? Oh, I think we know. Juror 2 and Juror 6. I think the other gentleman heard you. Well, one fact has become abundantly clear. Shown on the receipt from the used bookshop. The defendant bought books from Tattered Tales and walked home from there. Didn't he say that he couldn't remember what road he took home that day? On the way home, the defendant did see one person. The person wearing a green coat suddenly fell flat in the snow on the footpath. Must have been the woman who was stabbed, except not actually. Because this guy, who is apparently the same, has the same outward characteristics. There's another person in the green coat who fell over. See, there you go. That person was actually this guy, meaning that he didn't actually witness when the actual victim fell over. That jaunty old man in green. That old man has a similar body shape to that of the victim. So there you go. Obviously. What's important here is the location where the old man fell. The person who fell in front of the defendant was really the old man. That would mean that Sasuke must have taken the long way home. And there's only one natural conclusion to come from that. That he didn't pass through the scene of the crime, ergo. We need to have our case dismissed immediately. Just a victory by default. Just had to wear that confusing green coat. Winter would probably be a lot more convenient if he was wearing a different kind of clothing. victim. But then we wouldn't have this wonderfully constructed thing. Changing the verdict to not guilty, and I am too. Well, even if it's just because I want to try turning the tables too. Well. So there you go. Now the trial is required to continue. Jury's verdict has changed as a result of the defense's closing argument. 2 vote guilty and 4 vote not guilty, thus. The jury's vote is split, and the trial is ordered to continue, and only now does this guy say anything. Of course. I am impudent to tip this holy grail after raising an objection in these halls of justice, then go on to shatter it to pieces. Suppose I must revoke my earlier words. Jurors lined up over there cannot be called a wise way in the stretch of the imagination. Well, yeah, that's a great way to go about it, to just insult the jurors. How can they be wise when they have fallen so readily for a Jap's cheap deceptions? On the day of the crime, that large man was repairing the road. According to him, a 2-yard wide section of the road had been removed for construction. So, Japanese exchange student, do you know roughly how long 2 yards would be? Well, how much is that in meters? Just under the length of 2 meters, okay. One would be able to leap across the missing road. Truly, I don't know. It's still pretty kind of inconvenient and dangerous though. That sounds about right. Under reconstruction, did you seal off the road in order to prevent the passage? Well, a hole in the road this big, all the stuck-up ladies and gents would just take a detour, but the inner city kids wouldn't give a hoot, they'd just jump over it. The ones who speak in special phonetics. I'll say that much. Defendant is neither a lady nor gentleman. It's natural to assume that he could make a 2-yard leap to return home. But then how would he have seen the other guy? Defendant dropped his books at the crime scene. There's absolutely no doubt that he passed through by a road. I'd say that there's still room for debate on that. Oh. On the day of the crime around 5 o'clock you had fallen over on Calabash Road. Did you notice any suspicious Japanese figures behind you? Well, yeah, I don't think you would have particularly been paying attention to that. I think the person the defendant saw was this old man. Oh yeah. I mean, the friggin' defendant didn't see the knife in the back, did he? That's a thing that no one has even mentioned at this point. I don't think. If you had such a persuasive argument, why did you stand and watch in silence during the closing arguments? The Labor Exchange student is still seeing the sight, so it would be more fitting than the sight of how fickle the jurors' hearts can be. Yeah, that's clearly the reason. This is the end of your London sightseeing for today. There goes my cape that I totally need indoors. Prosecution requests that the next witnesses are brought to the stand. Alright, so since we are continuing. Everybody witnessed to the crime a few times now, so. And yet we didn't actually get to look at the testimony before we got to the other preemptive guilty verdict. So let's see, who could this be? Hello? Oh, here we go. Just spooked for a minute. Oh boy. Innocent occupations. Oh boy. Yeah, looking extremely British over here. Patrick O'Malley, a patrolman on the city beat. Apparently got narcolepsy. Rhoda O'Malley, the wife of our city's great hero. Two of us were just married. Well, just the other day we had our first wedding anniversary. Exhaustion is understandable. Being a constable of London is one of the most noble yet demanding duties in the world. Every day is spent patrolling 20 miles around the city on foot. Local establishment collecting taxes, really surveying roads, inspecting the scales. Cleaning the roads, filling the gas lamps and extinguishing the lamps are all part of the job. Of course, the constable's most vital duty is the pursuit and suppression of crime. Even if he's off duty, if a crime occurs in his beat, he must assist in the investigation. That is the proud spirit of the London Constabulary. On the day of the crime, this couple was walking on the opposite side of Briar Road. It was at this point that they witnessed the incident. Alright. And yet, apparently, there was no one else around, we keep hearing, so we're gonna have to see some details on exactly where the heck they were. That night was our anniversary. We went out for dinner still in uniform, well, one of us was. We saw two figures coming down the opposite path. All of a sudden one of them fell over, the other dropped something and ran away. We went to the nearest police box to call for help. Japanese man is the one who ran away. Oh. And yet the actual constable didn't testify at all during that. Just stayed quiet through the whole thing, so... Thank the Lord that we could have a night out together in the first place. His testimony will soon be over and then you will be able to spend the day at your leisure. This lovely couple clearly saw the face of the man who fled the crime scene. And the face was that of none other than Sasuke Natsume. I believe I need to remind you of the weight that a London officer's words carry. I know it was the wife that said all of that here. It's probably gonna be a bit of an issue if we can actually get him to talk. No, it was our anniversary. We were so in uniform. Women, children and the elderly can't be police in London. Well, at this point. It's truly a problem that children and the elderly aren't police, but the uniform looks so good and pet. Well, is he a real policeman? At the time I had just finished up for the day, so we were planning to stop by the station and change clothes before heading out again. But when it came with you saying staying in uniform, well, you change clothes suddenly, it's like I don't even know you. Oh. You were getting ready to go to dinner after he finished work. He's completely exhausted after a full day of patrolling. I'm ready and willing to do whatever it takes to live up to this. A secret police handbook held only by the patrolmen of London. You have the great things to know as a constable. Patrols the city, working tirelessly so that the citizenry may know peace. At the That's why I never tire, even when I'm patrolling 20 miles a day. All it takes to help the people is to wander around the city, then by God I will wander. Just wanted that one single day to be peaceful so we could celebrate our anniversary. Always leaving her alone because work is so busy. Well, it's a little annoying too, yeah. That happened while you were walking. So we were strolling along, we saw two figures coming down the opposite path. Let's see. We're walking toward us on the footpath by Briar Road. There's this big roly-poly person, and behind the fatty there was a tiny little guy. Oh boy. Sasuke and the victim. We're forced to assume. I was literally sure nobody else was present on the footpath, so... In the dark outside the gas lamps were lit, nobody else was there. There's a bit of fog, but Briar Road's footpaths are dead straight, so visibility was pretty high regardless. If the gas lamps were lit, we wouldn't have missed anyone lurking about. As a constable on the watch for crime, I declare that I'm sure. Right. Fiction is almost as strong as I love. The victim and the criminal were the only ones on Briar Road at the time. Everyone says. There's nowhere else for the assailant to run to. Sasuke was able to get away, but then he got caught anyway. Now what happened next? One of them fell over, the other dropped something and ran away. What was the thing they dropped though? Let's see. Didn't know exactly what he had dropped, but when we got closer we totally figured it out. Can't wait for this to be contradictory. What we know so far. It was those old books. Oh. Several books had fallen on the ground around the victim. This photograph confirms the testimony. Well, it was several books, but I don't really know if those specific books are the ones that Natsume Sasuke fucking bought, I thought. No way that it wasn't him. Look at that mustache, that sad hunched back, that sunken face. Well, just throwing insults around at this point. Looked at the poor victim with the most horrifying expression. Suddenly threw the books everywhere and ran off. Say that and then fall asleep again immediately. We're this fast, I took you to the nearest police box to call for help. It's me, the proud policeman's wife. Oh boy. Shift may have been over for the day, but as a policeman at heart I still have a duty to watch over the crime scene. Instead, I had Rolla go for me. She notified the police in charge of that district. Depending on where a crime takes place, the investigation is assigned to a certain district. Okay. Footpath that the victim was on wasn't part of my beat, so I told my beloved Rolla where to find a police box so she could gather a policeman. Call this our loving teamwork, huh? Testifying, please. Let's see. The Japanese man is the one who ran away. Alright, I didn't press that one. Is that all they have to say? Not sure we have much room to argue, so we're gonna have to press that last one and hope that stuff comes out. I don't know. Even if they did, what does that mean for us? Jerry would gladly vote guilty if that were the case. Time like this, Casimir would search for contradictions in the finer parts. We keep battering them about Sasuke, things will get worse. Let's search for any possible contradictions in their testimony. I mean, it's pretty much just telling me just keep pressing at that point. I just go back to the last statement and hope that I get something there. Hiding from a gas lamp is more than enough, especially because that pesky fog was thinner than usual. London's famous the world over for its fog. Some days when it's especially foggy you can hardly see your own hands. Every day our eyesight is tempered by the fog. Well, I'm absolutely sure when we say it was Japanese guy over there. Or do we? So if we get nothing at this point, we're just gonna have to like repress every statement and look for questionable statements, I guess. We've confirmed that these two are confident about their testimony. So now what? That's a different statement. I guess we gotta press everything and then we get this. You've been badgering us about all these little details. I bet you think we're liars. I'm a policeman's wife and I'm telling you I saw everything. You know, all those filthy old books at the crime scene. Remember every single one of the names of those books, hey, what do you know? You're just going to apprehend me anyway. I don't think anyone had brought that up. Stupid Asian doesn't know what this wife is capable of. Brave witnesses prepared to add this statement to our testimony. Right, let's look at that statement, shall we? That looks like it might contain information we can actually use for something. I even remember the names of those 4 books. 4 books, even though the guy had 3 books that he had bought that day. These are the books that Sasuke Natsume bought at the used bookshop. After I got back from calling the police to the scene, I was really scared but make sure to investigate. Where was he at the time? He was face down in the snow, dead asleep. Well, would you be willing to tell us the names of the books you saw? Was here someone? Oh boy. The Something Tales. Somewhere Under the Sea, and the last one was The Adventure of Something. Well, we know it. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and then The Adventure of Something. That's at least one that doesn't match up. There's an amazing amount of vague wording. Names of the books were close enough to that, but close enough isn't close enough, I see. You're gonna throttle me and say, nope, ma'am, not trustworthy. Well, anyone who pulls this role is gonna get a face full of lead, okay. Yeah, I can totally buy a London constable having a gun. Let alone in this time period. Not sure that we have much room to argue. would gladly vote for. I'm pretty sure it's the same loop text that we saw before, so I guess what we're gonna have to do is go to the last statement again. I think that's the new one. So we're gonna have I guess we're gonna have 2% evidence here. If only because we can't present it in any other specific part of the testimony. More about 4 books that had fallen on the ground. Yep. Once you're someone, something tells an adventure of something. Yeah. Really does pain me to say this, but there's a major issue with your testimony. That there were 4 books and not 3. Should have only been 3 books at the scene of the crime. Happened to have received from the used bookshop. Shows what books the defendant bought on the day of the crime. As you can see, there are only 3 books listed here. Even though she saw 4, apparently 4 filthy books on the ground, and it did look like there were only 3 books in the picture. This corroborates the information from the receipt. There were only 3 books, even though we can't actually tell what books they were from that picture. I don't think. I haven't actually, taken a close look at that picture in the court record yet, I don't think it's gonna matter, because it's just a bunch of lines. Yeah, I can't tell anything from that. And thus, testimony that the defendant saw the criminal you saw might be another mistake. What's disappointing one amongst us is you, Japanese boy. Witnesses saw the defendant fleeing from the scene of the crime. You know that you couldn't disprove this, even though we've been finding a bunch of inconsistencies. Say they have at least some merit. How can he see right through me? Well, so what are you gonna say here? Our diligent constable's wife testified correctly. There's no contradictions, aren't there though? I mean, there were undoubtedly 4 books left in Briar Road, which would mean that yeah, there would be 1 book that couldn't have been carried by the defendant, so there are only 3 books in view of the camera. I should probably point that out. Brought another photo with me, it shows what the victim was holding. Alright. The Adventures of the Lion's Mane. Which was a book. Wasn't that the book that was missing from the fucking Soldier's bookshelf? Isn't that interesting? This book is hidden behind the victim's body. Oh, there you go. Even though I really don't think, if you look at the Adventure of the Lion's Mane, the actual Sherlock Holmes story, I really don't think it's gonna take up a whole book unless you print it in really huge print. Now we examine the defendant's bookshop receipt in closer detail. Pick to us the names of the books you saw. Monsieur Someone, that would be Monsieur Lecoq. Something Tales, that would be the Canterbury Tales. Somewhere Under the Sea, which is 20,000 Leagues, which is not a somewhere, but a some distance. So far, all of the titles of these books have matched the receipt exactly. Yeah, exactly. Spreading capacity for observation and recollection, even though it's really half-assed. Fourth book, the one missing from the receipt. She's shown in the picture, yeah. But then why the fuck isn't it on the receipt? How did it end up there? Wonder why the fourth book isn't listed on the receipt. Well, let's see what they say about that. The victim is the one holding the fourth book, therefore this book belongs to the victim herself. Really? What do you think happened to that last book? Scotland Yard will overlook this. I have it here with me, preserved as evidence. Okay then. Pretty sure we can use that. That's actually gonna be convenient for us, since we can use that to draw a connection to the earlier part of it. Crime scene photo 2 has been filed in the court record. And the fourth book. The adventure of the lion's mane found in the victim's hand during the crime scene investigation. So let's have a bit of a look at that right now. Let's see. There's the picture we just saw. And the adventure of the lion's mane, which we can look at as a model, I guess. The title of this book is The Adventure of the Lion's Mane. I really don't know a single British literary work. So naturally, I've never heard of a title like... I have, but like I said, it wouldn't be a book that's this thick unless it was really huge print. And hey, what do you know? It's part of it is burned off. Because it was in the bookshelf when the fire happened. Must be unreadable in this state, especially the latter half of it. Well, again, this looks like the first bundle of pages at least would be intact. Or at least complete enough. Seems that the burn was rather recent. Okay, and now we have updated description. Anything else we can look at? Or is that it? I guess that's it. Prosecution has no further evidence. This was the obvious outcome, Japanese boy. Tried so hard to put up every scrap of feeble resistance you could muster. Your closing argument concluded with the red herring possibility of him taking the long way, and your cross-examination concluded with worthless doubts about the witness's memory. I mean, this new evidence pretty much opens up a new can of worms. We can milk that for all it's worth. Marry me, Rolla, even though I thought they were already married. Okay. Need we waste more time before we bring holy judgment on the Japanese devil? The Asian heathen, like in fucking T.S. Eliot. Which I guess is another reason, you know, pretty unironically too, which is another reason you shouldn't like T.S. Eliot. This will be the last time citizen jurors of the capital will request their state's verdict. Of course, now they're being called on again. No point in further deliberation. Throw out a baseless objection, it could make things even worse. I don't know that we have an objection as far as an obvious contradiction, but pretty sure we have an objection as far as or pieces of evidence that have not been fully explored. What if I say observe for now? Not even gonna say a single word. Should I raise an objection, should I? I'm standing with my legs firm, covering myself in sweat and shutting up. Should we just do another closing argument somehow? Oh, okay. So we don't actually get penalized there. No matter what, that's a fake warning, maybe? Or you continue. Believe your self-indulgence hesitation is worthy of a penalty. Okay, never mind, that's pretty underhanded, I gotta say. Oh, hold on, let me see what the rest of the text is gonna be here. It's too late, attorney. Okay, yeah, I'm guessing that's it. Clearly we can't have even a single penalty, so... There, it's too late, attorney. This cross-examination was your last chances are in rebuttal, so here. It's ended the discussion of the evidence has been concluded as well. But, well, the right words just won't come out. It's a little rush to say that we've finished going over everything. So we hear. Shouldn't be surprised considering you come from a lawless Oriental land. At this point, a legal assistant should know not to open her mouth. Sorry if it's such a problem for you, but I still need my legal assistant's aid. Well, just gonna have a quick exchange of justification. Core philosophy of our empire is tolerance here. That's what we're going with here. Which is why you have, you know, the various political issues in these days that I probably shouldn't mention. Or could you possibly see any more room for deliberation? Well, we're about to hear it, I'm sure. New evidence was submitted at the end of the last cross-examination, so... Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I was saying. More evidence needs to be examined. We failed to present vital evidence at this point. Judge surely will demand a verdict from the jury. Course will also be asked why the evidence is so important. I will allow the defense to present one final piece of evidence. A vital yet dormant clue that needs to be investigated. I'm pretty sure we know. What is shown in the new photo of the crime scene. Specifically the fourth book left at the scene. I mean, it's a 50-50 chance, really. After, well, before examining. I believe I've already reached a conclusion regarding this book. It's unrelated to the incident beyond it being in the victim's possession, is it though? I'm sure we have information that implicates there's unexplored implication there and why the victim had that book to begin with. I request that you show us this clue. Well, pretty sure we wouldn't have been able to even present the book as the correct piece of evidence before if we didn't already know, or if we hadn't already found that. Where's the clue? Well, it's clearly in the title. It's back here. That's an awful shame. What's that about the first part of the flavor text? I'm pretty sure it changed between scorched. Scorched and blasted, Hubbard. It's been burnt to a crisp. The book's in awful condition. Why would the victim bother to carry such an unreadable book? And certainly it would warrant further inquiry. An ultra or not, should this burn have no ties to the case, then it is not worth arguing over. Well, it was said that the burn of the book is a clue, then. What truth is this clue supposed to lead us to, though? You see, there's one possibility that comes to mind. It's a far-fetched possibility, but I have to run with it. What is the truth? Well, I'm pretty sure it's the owner of the book, but... Go ahead and save his company just as a measure of insurance there. One reasonable truth to be gleaned from the burns on this book is the true owner of the book. Sorry, obviously who it belongs to? Well, not really. It's circumstantial. It hasn't been explained as thoroughly as what we already know. As for who owns the book and where it came from, the defense may be able to make that clear. With our own testimony, well, squirming might lead you to an unfavorable verdict. Wonder if the factual people are... Well, the wife is in the gallery. I wonder if the other guy is too. Because he's in one of the jurors. Or I wonder if the husband also is. Who's the true owner of this mercilessly scorched book? Who is this guy? You actually see his full face in this picture. I haven't even seen like the rest of these pictures, so... He's 46. Confined to a chair due to a knee injury. Viridian Green, who we don't know anything about. Patrick O'Malley and Rolla O'Malley. And the rest of these. What would be the landlords of Mr. Natimus flat? The Garrideb family. Yeah, landlords plural. So we're gonna oust the maid wife, I guess. One of the 6 citizens chosen as this trial's jury. One of the Garridebs is present right now, Mrs. Garrideb. Not his wife to begin with, Justice Maid. All I need is for you to answer one simple question. Wasn't this book in Mr. John Garrideb's room? Oh. And now she's the one being dodgy, even though we had already cleared this up. No basis for your claim, yet you dare point that vile finger at a law-abiding citizen. Oh. You know, we already established all this with great anticipation. On the day of the crime, at about the time when the victim was stabbed, one more incident was unfolding in Mr. Garrideb's room. It was the house fire. Pretty much at the same time, yeah. Oh yeah, it was, so it would be a bit of a question how the book would have ended up in the victim's possession in time for the crime. The moment the flames flared up, the whole room was engulfed in thick smoke. It wasn't long before the fire spread to the furniture. Ended up losing the adventure of the Lion's Mane, and I was just getting to the good part. Well, I ended up losing Cell by Stephen King because some asshole stole the bag that I was carrying it in. But I don't know, I wasn't really taken aback by the first 100 or so pages of that I read. I don't know if I really regret having lost that. I saw the fucking movie version that they did of it with John Cusack, who's like in all the modern movie versions of Stephen King. And it was pretty... what the fuck is this kind of story? Like, what is even happening? But anyway, 2 books of the same name had been burned. Oh boy. So he's saying that the book that was in the freaking flat was completely lost, and the book that the victim had just so happened to be burned slightly. Okay then. Because of the fire was apparently a fight between the Garridebs. About the details, but the wife was absolutely furious. Even as the flames raged around them, she kept attacking Mr. Garrideb. Well, that's as pacifistic as they get. Oh. All of my favorite old books were lined up on that bookshelf, but now they've been swallowed by the flames. And to add insult to injury, my very own wife threw those books at me in her fury. Drove me back to the window, assaulting me with burning books. She threw the book toward the window, then. The book flew through the window toward the crime scene. Wouldn't that have meant that the window would have been broken, though, or at least open? I don't think we heard anything about that. Briefly investigated the nearby, also gave me information, but he was not informed that Mr. Garrideb's window had been broken. Oh. And yeah, when we visited the glass, there was nothing to indicate that, but at the time the window might have been open. He says it was not. I mean, wouldn't they have opened it for... to clear out the smoke? Like, maybe not to clear out the... to alleviate the fire, because that would be contradictory, but to clear out the smoke, I would say. Boy. Are we gonna get the husband again, or what? Oh no, it's her. Now you will see. That self-proclaimed Japanese attorney over there is nothing but a yellow-bellied coward. Sarah home almost turned into a sea of flames in the middle of a fight. Saying and pretending to be made to keep up appearances, so... I mean, technically, I think you would insult a lot in order just to distract everyone from the truth. Oh. Listen to his side of the argument just to be sure of our verdict. But now look, there's only one person who could have stabbed the victim in the back. We're going back to this. Does seem that way. It would seem that the jurors have all come to a conclusion once again. What are your thoughts, Lord Van Seeks? Oh. These further deliberations were a little more than a waste of time, but now maybe we can make up for those precious minutes we lost. Mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been solved. Yeah, that's it. Oh boy. I'm just gonna put my fucking foot on the table. You can have your fun with that mystery once you return home, yeah. Don't let it affect the freaking legal standing of this procedure. Somebody is willing to apologize for his impudence this time. He's gonna show off. And here we go again. I guess we're gonna do the closing argument again, or something else. Can we just keep trying with closing argument? Is that a valid course of action? I don't think that's been clarified yet. Defense still has the right to a closing argument. Okay then. Is there a limit to how many times we can do this? I mean... Surely you should be running out of seats at the seat to sell by now, but he's not trying to stop us, so... He's not even... Oh shit. He's not even trying to stop us from... Well, he is kind of trying to discourage us, but he's not gonna say, hey, you can't do that, stop it. So we kind of have to assume that he's aware that, yeah, we can't just keep doing this. This just seems pretty inefficient, but... But it all works out in our favor, so let's... Go ahead and go forward with it, I guess. I wonder how long this is gonna turn out to be, honestly. Defense has proposed a closing argument. It is alright, after all. Here begins our second closing argument. Okay, so I guess Juror 1 is the format of the jury. Court orders you to explain the reasons and the basis behind your guilty verdicts. Whatever they may be. Can't possibly find you in contempt for anything you might say here. Criminal left evidence at the scene. It's those 3 books that incriminate him. There's a possibility that someone else stabbed her. I could reconsider my verdict. How did the burned book end up there is the question we're pursuing right now. If the window was closed when she threw the book, then it's not relevant to the case. Burning the book is not big of a deal in the first place. It wouldn't kill a man, wouldn't it, though? Let's wrap this up, chop chop, if I don't get paid on dead meat. Well, had a house fire recently. I caught such an awful cold after the fire, really. In relation to the fire, well, jurors' opinions have become more concrete as of our second closing argument, with some exceptions. Transfer student failed to break down the last witness with his cross-examination. There's no denying it now. The man who ran away from the scene was the defendant. Therefore, There's not a single other person who could have committed the crime. Well, if that's the case, then this closing argument will have to prove that there's another undeniable possibility. You already know the answer to that. To quote those ridiculous detective novels, you need the whodunit and the howdunit. You must have nothing short of revealing a name and a method. So yeah. But what about a motive? Because that's always kind of been made a big deal out of in these games. Being able to show the motive as well as everything else. Book disappeared from the garage at home on the night of the crime. The victim was found at the crime scene holding the fourth book. So there has to be some connection, and we somehow have to prove this connection. Oh boy. Reactions when she's not testifying, so it's more of a testimony than a... I don't know. I guess maybe if we press, that's when we can check the reactions. Yeah, there we go. There's a fourth book dropped on the scene. And just what is that supposed to prove? Well, it might just be the property of a nearby landlord. At the time this landlord was in his room, it said that the couple set fire to the room to further enjoy their heated arguments. Well, yeah, that's one way to put it. It's obvious that neither of these two were at the crime scene. In other words, they have a solid alibi. If you're unrelated to the crime, then that Japanese shouting is the only suspect left. There's no more need for argument, I say. Well, that's all I can do. There's a possibility that somebody else stabbed her, which I think there is. Would be willing to change a verdict. Not only pragmatic, but also a modern woman of society. If I read the morning paper, I forgot what it said by evening, so I don't bother reading it. Okay then. The very picture of a pragmatic and modern woman of society. I see sufficiently decisive testimony in the trial of a sufficiently suspicious man. Well, even if there may be some doubt, he has to be the culprit. It just seems a bit Machiavellian more than anything. Than just generally pragmatic. Also a fickle young lady ready to jump to the newest father trend. So an interesting new possibility may cause me to change my verdict. Okay then. And we're just gonna accept that. It's possible that the window was open. But he says it wasn't open, even though... Yeah, but sure what we're gonna end up going with is it was open to clear out the smoke. You don't open the windows. Sitting by the fire cozy and warm is a winter pastime. Absolutely no one would open the window. Why do we even have windows in the first place? Oh. So we're trying to look for that so we can convince that guy. Throwing a book wouldn't kill a man, I would say it depends on the book, like fucking throw down something by Dan Simmons or one of those fucking hardcover biographies of Steve Jobs down a few stories, then surely. Like, I'm pretty sure 3 stories up would be enough. Just gonna throw that out there. The fire of betrayed love, I told you. Wasn't it all just a misunderstanding in the first place? Well, tiny little fight in the privacy of our own home, whereby then either has anything to do with the incident. Well, or about that guy who just keeps avoiding her swipes. And now we're gonna be talking to him, so... I mean, he was the one who had something useful to say before, and so did the 6th one. Yeah, we already had this explained to us. If I go home penniless today, then you'll find me floating in the Thames by tomorrow morning. It really seems like an exaggeration, but that's how terrifying the missus can be. Let me tell you something she did to me recently, okay? Must have been so terrifying that I blocked it out from my memory. Okay then. Wonder if Rollo will ever throw Pat into the Thames, so... I wonder if there's a way to restore his terrifying memories. I don't know. Oh, this is our last statement that we can press, so... Could you tell me a little more about that fire? So winter of last year, my grandkids had lit the candles on my birthday cake. There were 75 candles on that thing. Are they trying to summon some sort of demon? Well, it's a celebration for my birthday, but it seemed that this strange practice is actually a common tradition in this land. When I got to huff and puff and blow those candles out, I ended up huffing and puffing and blowing them down, still burning all over the room. Started to heat up the furniture and the whole room was filled with fire and smoke. Okay, so he's gonna be the one who say that. Help me illustrate the smoke and opening the window. He was summoning the eternal flames from down below. Grandkids were passing me buckets of water to try and put out the fire, and since the room was full of smoke, I opened all the windows to let the smoke out. And there you go. So my old bones were exposed to the harsh night gusts and I froze to my core. Soon after I carried to the hospital. So that's the looping point. So now we need a whodunit and a howdunit. So we have another possibility in one of them at least. Or we should have. Let's see. Let's make the insurance save scum, like always. The window was closed and it's not relevant. Winter fires are a real danger. I got a cold because I opened the window for fresh air. And there you go. That was not his statement before, so... Now we have a very clear argument for why the window would have been open. Can't take it when he points his finger at me. Are you listening to Juror 6's birthday story? But I heard he opened his windows even though it was the middle of the winter. If there was a fire in the room, then of course he would open the... Well... Seems like you get it. At the time of the crime, there was a fire in Mr. Garridov's room. Tell me something very interesting about what was going on at the time. The moment the flames flared up, the whole room was engulfed in thick smoke. Oh, and she said something there. Or lit up. He opened the window in order to let the smoke out of the room. So I guess we have to do this now. Unless we have to present it again to loop this again. Hold on. Kinda wanna see what happens if I keep going without actually pointing that out. I have some advice to give to you youngins. If you won't open your window during a fire, then when will you ever open it? It's a good first step, but oh yeah, we didn't actually get any kind of... It's certainly possible that the window was open when she threw that book. Maybe if we press that again, then we can get the question thing again. The Garridov's flat across the way a fire broke out. Yeah, there you go. There was a fire you'd want to throw open the windows no matter how cold it was. And that's when she threw the burning book. So it's possible that the book flew out the window. It's a bit weird to think that the book flew all the way over to the crime scene, but I mean... She had a pretty strong arm to leave the freaking handprint with the slap. Still missing something that's pretty freaking obvious though. And let's actually do the thing this time. calling me out like that. Well, something I wanted to confirm with you. At the time of the incident, your window was open. Smoke from the raging flames was beginning to fill the air. Under those conditions, you had no choice but to open the window. Husband really did rush to open the window, but of course I kept throwing things without a care in the world. Even while all your possessions were going up in flames. Letting your anger out is good for your health, so I had to throw to my heart's content. Proving that the window was open. Let's have that added to the jury's claims. The window was open at the time, so yes, now we... Now we have that as a clashing with the guy number 3 and get him to change the verdict. Because you couldn't have done that before. Yeah, looks like that's pretty much the only way to go, but still seems a little fickle, so let's have that insurance. Oh, the music didn't stop. Forced to reject your objection, so I guess that's all it. As a banker, I don't accept contradictions, so... Won't have you browbeating our virtuous jurors over personal grudges. Well, they do that. I know what's open at the time, so I don't know, was anyone else even... Not quite sure even. I'm guessing I have to work with the newly clarified statement, but I'm not entirely sure what they expect me to do here. The 4th book drop at the crime scene was hideously burned. The Adventure of the Lion's Mane would be the same book your husband was reading. Yep. And you thought you threw the book at him. So there you go, that's how we ended up outside. The more I think about it, was the book that my husband has been reading. Because I had no memory of it. Well, something like that happens, you just throw whatever's available. Well, what the object even is doesn't matter to you in the moment. Oh boy, hold on. I think we're gonna have to take a step back so I don't have the penalty anymore, because I guess we didn't have to ask yet. Or act yet. Now apparently we just have to friggin' press this, and we're gonna learn even newer things. The objective in this doesn't matter to you in the moment. Oh boy. No, he's suspicious. It's not as if I had the time to be so meticulous. See, all I felt was the desire to throw. Well, and let me turn out like Hannibal. I think I noticed someone acting rather strange here. Must have missed something. I totally didn't see anything. No, sorry, it was all completely overlooked. Let's go back in there and actually point it out this time. Juror 5. All my repressed memories are back. When I was listening to that old lady, it all came back to me. Wife and a maid, and that's it. 2 weeks ago, after I finished my work for the day, reached into my pocket to retrieve the day's wage, but then I turned whiter than a sheet. There was a huge hole in my pocket, and all of my money had fallen out. Boy. Even tragedy doesn't do it justice. Mrs. was just in the middle of cutting up some chicken for dinner. I barely managed to mutter I dropped all my money, and suddenly her knife stuck itself in the wall. Could really smell the Thames then, I'll tell you what. Tonight I'll probably be drowning in those murky depths. That's the real tragedy. That's when I finally realized an angry woman will throw anything, blades and knives, axes and hatchets. Well, just often throwing the first blade they can get their hands on us with barbarians. Well, at least lose an arrow once in a while or something. How very Japanese of you. An angry woman will throw anything she can find. My old lady even throws knives. Well, let's press this just to be safe, because this might be some kind of long chain of questions. Last time was a meat-cutting knife. Well, now that I think of it, it all started with a blown kiss. My history with the missus had just been thing after thing being thrown at me. Cups, glasses, pots, kettles, stools, stoves, wardrobes, bathtubs. Well, last week I thought it would all end with her chucking me into the Thames. Oh. I've been thinking, they keep going on about ladies first in this country. I bet men came up with that when they got fed up with being thrown into the Thames. Well, seems like a shocking story, but might be able to give us a shocking advantage too. Well, possibility that, but now we use that to point out that the book was thrown out. It's hardly possible that the window was open when she threw that book. But I'm not really sure it's what they expect me to compare it to, though. Unrelated will throw anything, and the window was open at the time. We all. Let me do the save first. Let's this with this and see what happens, I guess. It doesn't look like it's gonna be the case, though. Just in case I couldn't stop again. Yep. Rejection rejected, so I'm guessing that we're gonna have to use that statement as a base, but I'm entirely clear as to what. To this? No. The window was open once you threw the book. Will throw anything she can find. She even throws knives. Someone had thrown a knife? Is that what we're going with? Oh shit, it is. Okay. Well, let's go back in time. It was clearly a ninja then, which indicates that the Japanese guy must have been the guilty one after all. I think this may be the new possibility that you were looking for, the very vague new possibility that you wanted. By the way, the victim would have been stabbed. Fourth book, The Adventure of the Lion's Mane, was discovered at the crime scene. If it really did come from the garage of home, we can come to one conclusion. There may have been one more object that was thrown from that room. She had no idea what she was throwing in her blind fear, so we're gonna accuse her of being the real murderer without meaning to. As she realized the truth of this book, I wager she may have already begun fearing this other possibility to be true. What do you believe is this other object that flew across the street from the flat? Well, this is crazy. We didn't have any evidence to back this up, but we're gonna do it anyway. Just for the hell of it, we're gonna play prosecution this time. The other object that flew out was clearly this large featureless pocket knife, which we haven't even looked at in the 3D viewer, so let's do that right now. Knife just is there. And it's got a broken off tip. Chipped tip. Where could the tip have gone? Might still be stuck in the victim's wound. Oh boy. I mean, we don't know whether or not that's the case. What about if we turn it over? Is there anything suspicious in this side? Apparently not. Right. We just put it back in the sheath position. So all we learn about this is that it has a broken off tip. We didn't look at the case materials, but portly women are identified likely radiant green status critical due to a deep stab wound. One single deep wound from a knife, no other wounds found. Perpetrator captured the next day to a tip from Rolla O'Malley. Alright, let's do the thing. Sure, 4. I think I should begin by apologizing. I need you to tell me something. Look at this knife. Does this look familiar? Well, not the knife that we used to stab the victim. Yep. What does it look like I'm doing? At the time of the incident, the Garridebs were in a heated argument. Mrs. Garrideb had cornered her husband at the window, throwing whatever she could find. The window was open and the book she threw was the one discovered at the crime scene. Would you scroll legs and walk into her hand? Well, can't claim to know everything, but that's exactly why we must consider that other shit what was thrown out of that window that could have clearly been the real cause of the murder. Do you or do you not remember this knife? Well, based on that reaction, we have to assume, obviously. I'd like to amend my verdict. Okay. She's going with... oh, he will as well. This is an unexpected turn of events. Would be a mistake to end the trial at this point, really. Don't really think this old lady really did it, but... we'll be satisfied with the verdict right now. I mean, one of them has to stay in the guilty camp. Yeah, apparently we need at least 4 to overturn the guilty verdict. And go back into normal arguments. Jury's verdict has changed as a result of the defense's closing argument. 2 vote guilty and 4 not guilty. So the trial must continue. And so we've done it again, twice in one trial. Do the big turnaround. I'm not entirely sure if I like where this is going so far. This implication that we just found out. If that turns out to be the case, I don't know if I'm gonna be satisfied. Reminds you of a strikingly tasteless farce. Oh. Farce as tasteless as this wine. Putting in my glasses, I imbibe it with a sigh. Simply tossing into hellfire that which I cannot bear to swallow. All due respect, the defense has presented a viable possibility. Call it nothing more than the lowest of vulgar nonsense, but fine. But we'll have to review the relative location of the crime scene. Oh boy. And yeah, there's Sarki's flat and the building that the book would have flown away from. Between them is one large street made for coaches by a road. Since returned the crime scene on the landlord's couple's home is now less than 15 yards. Which is about 14 meters, okay. That's quite a ways. Sure, you will have the same doubts as I. The book was discovered in the collapsed victim's hand. I'm glad they at least took the effort of converting it to meters. Book was engulfed in flames thrown by an enraged housewife, flew 15 yards, and fell perfectly into the victim's hand while she was toppled over on the ground wall. That's not what we're saying, I'm pretty sure. Not only that, but as if chasing after the book, a knife also flew across the road and slipped straight into the victim's back. Well, pretty sure that's not the sequence we're going with here. Yet we're doing this. The prosecutor shouldn't be allowed to say things like that. How dare he call detective novels ridiculous? Well, that's the part you had a problem with. I mean, some detective novels can be pretty insipid, honestly. I really didn't get a lot out of Murder on the Orient Express, I can tell you that much right now. May seem like a wild dream to that prosecutor, but the new possibility revealed by the defense has changed the verdict nonetheless. I mean, it's kind of funny because I like the Sherlock Holmes stories a lot. I read all of them in like 2 months, but I think I've seen very many like Golden Age type detective fiction that I cared for in that same kind of vein. The way to do that is to cross-examine juror 4 Joan Garridev. Oh boy. I mean, she's connected to the case. She's more than just a juror, I would think. Maybe she's not fit to be a juror for that reason. A juror indicted and brought to the witness stand, well, I mean, it's not outlawed, is it? It would be a complete waste of time. Well, we were already in the middle of a witness cross-examination. If the nonsense from before was anything to go by, she was throwing burning books and knives from above. So we believe. Maybe we should ask the current witnesses about that instead. I mean, they would have been witnesses to the scene, so I guess that would make some degree of sense. Kamali patrolman ready to report. I hadn't even cut it before, but he's finally awake. I was ready for sleeping through the trial. Been changing so many scoundrels around the city. It's been about a month of no sleep. Well, have you been fighting this all alone? Yeah, I didn't even catch until now that they pretty much did the same shit as they did with one of the villains in the second Edgeworth game, and what they did with one of the characters in, I think, the first victim in Ace Attorney 6, which is, it's literally just the word patrol with 2 names. It was Patricia Rowland in one of them, and the other one was literally just Pat Roll. But in this one it's Pat Rolla, okay. The court orders the current witnesses to testify further. Already. Of course, we're assuming they would have no reason to cover up anything at this point. Patrolman's Pat report. As a constable of police force, I can say that Mrs. Garrido is unrelated to the case. Because her window is actually an awning window. If something was flying through the air, Pat wouldn't have missed it. Wasn't very close to the crime scene, but Pat was watching over it like a hawk. Didn't look away for a second. Didn't she say earlier that he was passed out at the crime scene? Sorry to interrupt. What do you mean by awning exactly? Well, same goes for you. Thanks for no excuse, Japanese boy. You should know everything, clearly. Do you remember the windows at the Gardiop home? Ones that had, like, jutting out. You can open them to let in fresh air. But an awning window opens like this. I'm pretty sure you could open further if you even needed to. This window's most defining characteristic is that it can only open at an angle, being attached to a stay. hurl a knife or a book at the open window, it would hit the window and then fall straight down here. Country that knows nothing about windows. Or, I mean, the country where you can throw stuff at the walls and it'll probably go through. Because the walls are made of paper. It's impossible for either item to fly 15 yards. Not without shattering the window entirely. And yet the window wasn't broken, so... Crazy Jap was all like, what? Totally vanquished that villain. My new possibility was thrown out the window because before I could even cross-examine them. Well... Yeah, it was inconvenient, wasn't it? But... We'd have to go through the motions anyway, because that's what we do. That's what our job is. As a constable of London's police force, I can say that Mrs. Garrett is unrelated to the case. Let's press all of these just so we can have that assurance. The reason is this. Inside the police handbook we have the great things to know as a policeman. Constable works tirelessly for the citizenry. I stand tall and strong for my poor wife. I want to know the basis behind your claim that Mrs. Garrett was unrelated to the crime. To you my unshakable claim. It will prove to you just how unrelated she is. Okay. But before I do, I have one thing to say. Oh boy. There's a certain favor I want to ask of you. When you go home, I want to tell your friend's tale to the London officer spirit. Well, let you borrow this if you promise to read it from cover to cover. Okay, so we literally just got another thing of evidence, alright. Obviously. The window is actually an awning window. I'm guessing that this is... If you press this, we're gonna get a reminder of how that works. Peace within the area designated as your beat. Patrol 20 miles every day so that London citizenry may know peace. If an incident occurs in a constable's beat, he must lead the investigation. When he discovers an incident, the constable must assist in the initial investigation. Alright. Keep the peace within the area designated as your beat. Okay. Pretty sure we've already heard all of these in different contexts. The window for letting in some area wouldn't open very far. An item were to fly out the window. It would hit the window pane and fall to the ground below. Which would put it right there. Wish I knew about these awning windows earlier. How did you even know about the window? That would lead you to know that Mr. Gardiab's window was an awning window. Oh boy. Well, maybe later. She's there with the investigation. Why did that fall to you? There was much questioning done yesterday in order to collect information about the case. Most police boxes are short in hand, so I helped out. It's your duty to assist in an investigation even if it isn't in your own beat. And now... If something was flying through the air, Pat would have missed it, so she says. So when I'd gone down, it would have been dark with the... what do you call it? The lanterns and the thin fog. Started would guide the two of us to happiness. Well, if a flaming book happened to fly overhead, it probably would have looked something like a shooting star. With all the fog and smog, we couldn't see any stars at all. Not a single knife or book flew overhead before the crime. So I guess they were looking straight up first, or just upwards? So after we witnessed the crime, the two of us rushed to the scene, and there... wasn't very close to the crime scene, but Pat was watching over it like a hawk, even though... Like I said, I'm pretty sure they testified earlier that he was somehow passed out at the crime scene on the ground. I know where all of the boxes and his beat are, but it's not our fault that she doesn't know where they are in any other beat. We're doing this again. So that it took about 15 minutes before I came back, but Pat was watching over the scene the whole time. It's off-duty but still did the job. And finally, didn't blink or look away even for a second, he says. It's nothing out of the ordinary at all. No person, animal, or finger anywhere close to it. That's a bit strange, don't you think? The adventure of the Lion's Mane was supposed to be in Mr. Garridob's home. How did this burnt book end up in the victim's grasp? If you were watching like a hawk, then you must have noticed something, clearly. Maybe it just happened to be a different burnt book. She was carrying a bag on her shoulder, so why is she holding it? The knife ended up in her back and the book ended up in her hand. These two mysteries must be connected by some thread. Well, let's see the loop. Provided Mrs. Garridob's testimony without even seeking your permission. You think it will be necessary to bring her to the stand? It's the only way we can find the truth, but we're gonna have to worm our way out of this somehow. The book bounced off the glass seals as an explanation as to how the book appeared at the crime scene. Yeah, that's a thing too. Considering her reaction when we showed her the knife, she's definitely hiding something. And we haven't been able to get any clarification out of that, so we're gonna have to go back to that as well. So I think this was the statement that is a question we can ask. Leads to that. It was either this or the one after it. How did you even know about the window? Oh yeah, this would be it. She's stayed with the investigation, and apparently she has something to say about that. Why do you look so happy right now? Two of us really are lucky. Well, it's a shame that the lady got stabbed, but the crime happened just outside of Pat's beat. Briar Road is the border between beats. Apparently. The reason I helped investigate the Garridob residence yesterday is because that area is part of my beat. Does the footpath just in front of Mr. Garridob's home belong to? Well, would be my beat, alright. That's the first we've heard of this. I thought they were kind of implying that it wasn't that wasn't the case, that it was outside of his beat. If the lady had been stabbed on the other side of Briar Road that night, there's no way we would have made it to our anniversary dinner. I mean... So what? One side of the street is his beat and the other one isn't. Still not entirely clear on that. Boy. Okay, so we have Okay, now I might have a different statement now. Actually, hold on, let me look at the updated evidence first. Is this the one, or is it a new evidence thing that shows up at the end? Didn't even catch it. Oh, wait. Not this. This. Eastern footpath at Briar Road. Okay, so the eastern footpath wasn't part of his beat, but the western footpath was. I guess just outside of his beat here, it says that. Doubting our testimony again, aren't you? Don't underestimate me just because I'm a girl. Oh boy. The wife of a police officer, so my testimony is totally trustworthy. Just have to keep talking if I want to convince you. Oh boy. Add to your testimony if you wish. Not that I could ask you to do otherwise. You better get a clue this time. Just stupid Japanese guy. Oh. Eyesight is the best, I'm just not great at directions, that's all. Is that all she wanted to say? Stashing Japanese guy just dropped his box and scampered away like a bad cat. I definitely didn't see what didn't happen at that. There weren't any burning books or nasty knives flying over Briar Road. Didn't you just say that you have a bad sense of direction? Well, so is this gonna be like... They weren't on the correct footpath here? Is that what we're going with? Gonna end up, hopefully. Always gets mad when I'm late for our dates. Oh boy. I even went to the wrong church on the day of our wedding. Nearly ended up getting married to some random gentleman. Oh. Of course, we actually get the question now. Something about your wife's testimony struck you as odd. Well, now that I think about it, it happened that night too. Rolling out herself, lost in the night of the crime. Oh boy. She went to the next beat over to find a police box, but it took her a pretty long time to come back. Thought she would return within 10 minutes. In the end, it took her about 15, which just seemed like a huge deal. It was all that bouquet's fault. Oh boy. What's this about a bouquet? It's an anniversary present my darling Pat gave it to me. I was picking up coins during his patrols for weeks and weeks just so he could afford it. Well, totally forgotten about that bouquet until now. Oh. That bouquet is a matter for the two of us to handle in private. Well, can't say I know why, but I think we should press roll about that bouquet, yeah. It's gonna end up somehow being important. Can you tell us a little more about it? Well, apparently she's not opposed to that. And the freaking prosecutor's not even gonna say anything. And the wrong getting lost because of the bouquet I dropped. Is it like a bouquet of flowers, or are you talking about wine? Okay. It's really out of it at that point. So someone fall over, we rushed over to help, we found a knife sticking out of her. So she just dropped that. It was too far from the light of the gas lamp, so it was hard to spot. Came back to the scene with a police officer in tow. So where I had dropped the bouquet on the footpath when I went to go get it, the corpse was gone. Oh yeah, the victim is not yet a corpse. was really confused until I heard a heroic voice calling from the other side of the road. Came back to the wrong side of the street, and yet she saw the bouquet, didn't she? How did it end up there, unless... Something else. It wasn't the bouquet itself that moved, which seems like it would somehow be the more likely scenario here. How much change Pat had to pick up off the street just to buy me that? Well, in the same bouquet, might it perhaps be this? Well, as if you don't keep telling everyone that part. Well, where was it found? According to an officer's report about the crime scene, it was found at the corner of the footpath in front of Joan Garridub's residence. It was in an area far from the gas lamps. It wasn't found until the next day. I believed it to be unrelated to the crime as it was on the other side of the road, except... It would kind of imply that they saw the people on the western footpath. Meaning that it was, in fact, in the guy's beat. So we have new evidence now, I guess. Gonna have to find a place for it. Getting a strange feeling from this trial with its absentee assailant. We've already seen the solution in some way. What books should never have appeared at the crime scene? Thought the one keeping secret about it was Mr. Garridub. But there's someone else who isn't revealing everything I know about it now. I mean, what do we have here? We have the bouquet. We have the handbook. What if we examine this? A British rose. You're not interested in flower? Well, I only really know 3 different kinds. Peach blossoms, plum blossoms, and cherry blossoms. And what about down here? There's some fancy wrapping paper. These are all just newspapers. Anything wrapped with stuff from Britain would look fancy. Oh. Have you ever had roasted sweet potato? Maybe a British newspaper could even make Japanese treats look like British pastries. Oh boy. Anything else? This is gonna be the rose, I imagine. Yeah. Is that all we have to say about this? I guess. Don't really gain that much from examining it. All I have to do is present it and drag out the truth. Alright, so we have to make we have to present something. Our window is an awning window. Something was flying through the air, you would have missed it. I ended up getting lost because of the bouquet I dropped, I don't know. I think maybe we're gonna end up claiming that she didn't get confused about, like, the bouquet didn't move, it was something else that moved. I don't know. Would you be presenting that here? Maybe. Didn't look away even for a second, which wouldn't explain. Well, if you assume that the bouquet moved. If it was the eastern footpath, then the bouquet wouldn't have ended up. Okay, so it's either if it was on the eastern footpath, the bouquet wouldn't have moved from that to the other place without the guy noticing, or it was the western footpath, which is why, or we're positing that if that was the case, the bouquet didn't move at all. Let's see. Fairly certain that's the statement we're looking for. What if we present this? Present this here. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Hold on. Guess it was the first possibility after all. Nothing out of the ordinary except for this thing disappearing. That can't be right. You said the following in your testimony. You returned from calling a constable at a nearby police box. You saw where you dropped the flowers, but the victim's body was nowhere to be seen. The victim's body had fallen on the opposite side of Briar Road. Or had it, though. That's the part that we're questioning right now. Tiny bouquet, and really not even a bouquet of that, but just a single flower, wrapped up in newspaper. Simply blown across the road by the wind. But let's say you're correct. In which case, how come he didn't notice? Like either or. Doesn't make sense. Nobody approached the scene and nothing was removed from the scene. That's what the patrolman said. The reason he didn't say anything about it, well... In this mystery, there's been a very peculiar reversal among the evidence. What would that be? Rola's bouquet and Mr. Garrideb's book. The Adventure of the Lion's Mane was thrown out from the... Oh yeah, I guess if it was on the western footpath, then it would make sense that the book would end up within the victim's grasp. Should have been smacked against the awning window and fallen on the west side of the road. But in reality... It's discovered in the victim's grasp on the opposite side of the road. So yeah, so the victim was the one that was moved with the book. Must have fallen on the eastern side of Briar Road, but in reality... It's found on the opposite side of the road near the Garrideb home, so... Unless someone picked them up and switched them. Not sure what them is in reference to here, because I'm pretty sure that we're gonna end up going with the argument that the body was moved. And yes, she's back in the jury, please. Dealing with the state of a crime scene is a crime in itself. It's called tampering with evidence. The person who tampered with the evidence won't come out and tell us why. It's because they're trying to hide the reason that they did it. So do you think bothered to play this pointless little trick? Well, someone tampered with the evidence. All the evidence and testimony proves... Does it? I don't know that it does. Someone fucked with the evidence. Could it have been the patrolman, I guess? Because he was the one who was left alone there, according to the testimony. Was there one person that could have tampered with the evidence? Because, let's see, it couldn't have been the landlord people, because they were never outside of the building. And unless we assume that the victim was the one who moved by by her own power, then I guess the only one who could have really done is this guy. Because he was the only one who had the chance to do so, according to his testimony. Who could you accuse him of that? Well, I honestly don't know either. When Pat asks you to go to the police box, you left the crime scene. But out of 15 minutes was the only chance for anyone to tamper with the evidence. Okay, so... Was the guy with the mustache who did it? Because that would also explain why all the knife would have played into it. If the wife had thrown the knife, then it would have fallen down and not hit anybody, but then it would have been within someone else's reach. to use it. There's more evidence to the contrary. It was only after the defendant ran away that you dropped your bouquet. According to that testimony. First you indict the landlord couple and now you're brazenly accusing a constable of London. Well, but your accusation is missing one essential element. Claim that he tampered with the crime scene, but you see, only someone who was hoping to hide something would commit such a crime. He just happened to witness the crime. Why would we have anything to hide? For what purpose would he have to tamper with the evidence? Well, yes, he must have done something. We have to assume if we're accusing him. Must have had some reason, and that reason was the key, or must be the key, so perhaps we're actually closing in on some kind of resolution here. But he tampered with the evidence Patrolman Pat was trying to hide. Which of these? I mean, he moved the body, so I guess wouldn't really could have any reason to move the book. I don't think so. I guess it has to be this. We assume he moved the body. He really desperately needed to hide the position of where she was because he didn't want her to be in his territory when... if she was dead, I don't even know. That would pretty much mean that he didn't really have any motive to attack her. Viridian Green was not stabbed at this location. She was actually stabbed within his beat. That's what we're going for, but I still don't think that points to him as being the murderer. That's the thing. Or the attacker. It's technically not a murder yet. I say yet because if this did turn out to not be a murder at all, then this would be like the first time that ever happened in the series. There's a true scene where it was right here, obviously. Naturally. The western footpath, which is within his beat. The book was thrown from Mr. Garidov's home. It fell straight to the ground. The bouquet of flowers that Rolla dropped didn't move at all. What really moved was the scene of the crime. Looks like you haven't been listening to the testimony so far, so we're told. He witnessed the very moment of the crime, yeah, but then he wanted to... I guess he would have wanted to hide the actual scene of the crime so that he wouldn't have to be involved with the... Hold on. I get the feeling we're gonna end up presenting this in just a minute specifically for this reason, but... An incident occurs in a constable's beat, he must lead the investigation. So he wanted to get out of leading the investigation, I guess, would have been his motivation for hiding that. John had already said in London's famous fog rolled in. Who witnessed the crime? He actually ran straight toward the western footpath along the Briar Road. Had entrusted you with the task of finding a constable keeping you away from the scene. In the 15 minutes between then and your return, he moved the crime scene. Victim's body and the fourth book were both moved to the eastern footpath of Briar Road. Pat overlooked one minor detail. The bouquet, which was in the same place all throughout. Because the bouquet was far from any lamps, it wasn't discovered until the next morning. So that's why you didn't see it here. It's the only remnant of the crime scene left on the west side of Briar Road. What are the defense's thoughts on the matter? And well... I am sleeping at a vital moment. I haven't slept in a full month. Dreaming I had an awful nightmare. Oh boy. Dreamed that everything I did that evening would be found out in court. But I guess it wasn't just a dream after all. That's pretty much him admitting to it. But that still doesn't mean that he had anything to do with the crime itself. Why would you do something like that, I ask, with a completely unerring smile? Isn't tampering with dead bodies a crime? Well, it's not a dead body, though, yeah. You're supposed to be an upright policeman working for the sake of the citizenry. Can't tell you why, but I think it should be pretty obvious why. Like I already pointed it out before, because if a body's discovered or if an incident happens in the policeman's beat, then he must be the one to lead the investigation. That's pretty much the reason why he wanted to get out of that. Damn job like you knows nothing of the inside of a good London constable's mind. He believes that there is worth in asking for his thoughts. Court requires that you present evidence, present evidence. Whether they be British or Japanese, all people share the same feelings, invariably. What evidence reveals the motive? Yeah, like I pretty much called that I was gonna have to do this. So I don't even need to dwell on it any further at this point. To you Londoners, I'm just an outsider. Because of that, it wasn't until today that I learned about the London Constabulary. One of the most noble yet demanding duties in the world. It's almost like him trying to protect the Pope or something. Patrol the city to maintain order, all the while doing odd jobs to support the citizenry. Yes, those young constables are driven by the many duties they must undertake daily. But for Pat, that fateful night was a special time. It's his bouquet which makes that fact very clear. Pat did all he could to prepare a gift for such a special day, and the two of them went out for dinner to celebrate their anniversary, but then he came upon the crime scene on Briar Road. Witnessed a young woman fallen under the gas lamps in the thin fog. What was going through his head at this moment? Well, he wanted that one single day to be peaceful so we could celebrate our anniversary. And yet, this is the police handbook that he presented. Things to know as a constable, it reads: a constable discovers an incident in his beat, he must assist in the initial investigation. Doesn't it say he must lead the investigation? Hold on. Like, he must assist in the investigation if he discovers it. Yeah, if an incident occurs in his beat, he must lead the investigation. And this is why. Why you move the crime scene. Seen right through me. Investigation was in his beat. So he would have been saddled with that. Pat was supposed to lead the investigation as that beat's constable. So there's only one per beat. At the time, for the first time after I got my dream job as a constable, I started to pray. I ran to the crime scene. I was acting not as a husband but as a policeman. I have to hurry and notify the police. And then I realized the significance of where the victim collapsed. If a constable discovers here, Why did this have to happen here today of all days? Today was the one day I needed peace. There has to be a policeman guarding the crime scene at all times, so I told her to go to the police box and bring the officers over. And then I shouted words that even I am disgusted by. This road is part of the next beat over, Rolla. Go to that beat's police box, take a ride on Mearsham Road. And that's it. Well. Just wanted to enjoy a nice dinner with Rolla no matter the cost. Well, it's the one day that I needed peace. If the incident had occurred in your beat, you wouldn't have been able to celebrate, and it pretty much did. We just proved that it did. Or we moved it to the other beats, and hey, this is your problem now. The time I thought the victim was dead. Which is why. Either way, God is punishing me for my actions now. Well, but of everything, the one thing I forgot was the bouquet I bought for her. So just one more question for Pat. How many books did you move to the opposite side of the road? Because that's kind of important if it was 4. Looks like you dropped 3 books, so the remaining 1 book was dropped from Mr. Garridub's room. Why did you leave this book in the victim's hand? Well, or did you? It's just how I found it. It was in the victim's hand. When we went over to the crime scene, the victim was holding onto this book. Just left her the same as I found her holding the book. The Adventure of the Lion's Mane. So what, did she actually get, like, get knocked down by the knife? Falling on her from above. Like she picked up the book and then the knife fell on her. There were only 2 people at the crime scene, even Rolla saw that. Must have been the guy that ran away. So maybe... yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe the guy that ran away was actually Sosaki, but it was like he was passing right beside the victim and then the knife fell on her from above or something. Even if I changed the location of the crime scene, it was only a trivial matter. Oh boy. This cross-examination is over. Well. What's gonna happen? Well, free to go home for today. Expect contact from the yard. Always complaining to him because he's never home. I guess he'll be home a lot more. Soonish. Probably. This incident has helped you realize that when it comes to a crime investigation, there's no such thing as a trifling matter. You don't want to repeat the same mistake at any other crime scene. Well, I don't think anyone would. Astonishing truth has been made clear in our court today. Crime scene was tampered with by a third party. But one truth remains unchanged. The only person who could have committed the crime is Sasuke Natsume, but I mean, we did learn some new information. We still don't have testimony from the wife regarding this, so... Only one more person who could have possibly stabbed the victim. Perhaps you realized as well. Present his or her name if there happens to be any murder in your indictment. Well, perhaps not... Perhaps not on purpose, that's a thing. But I guess pretty much the only option here would be her. Defense is ready to call this witness once again. Just as she proposed earlier, there's only one witness that can bring the truth to light, or what's left of it. Need to hear juror 4's testimony. Recall your request was already overturned. Well, situation's entirely different now. The crime was committed, you and your husband were fighting. During your fight, a fire broke out in your home. Disregard opened the window facing Briar Road so that the smoke would escape. Threw this book at your husband, who you had cornered at the window. The book then hit the awning window and fell straight to the ground. And just as we've established, the place it fell was exactly where the crime really took place. You were blinded by rage during the fight, and you didn't just throw books, you threw anything you could get your hands on, including that knife, which probably fell open. And the inside of it broke off in the victim. This knife is the one found in the victim's back. Are you absolutely sure that you don't recognize it? Well, she's gonna faint again. Oh. Okay. How am I supposed to remember what I threw at him? Well, didn't that prosecutor say that jurors shouldn't have to testify? Well, does that really apply in all possible scenarios like this? We're saying nothing of the sort. Oh, okay. Do not misunderstand, you are not above the law. If you remember this knife, then you would do well to tell us the truth. You can get a knife like that just about anywhere. Oh boy, I have so many of those at home, really. Furthermore, I thought that I might have hurt someone. Just can't handle the idea. Hurry up and show me your decisive evidence. Very well then. I want you to show me conclusively whether that knife was really one of the things I threw. Yeah, we don't really have evidence for that. Now we're calling her to the witness stand to determine whether or not she ended up doing the accidental murder meme again, like in the second case. You have witnessed the entirety of today's case from your seat on the jury. I've seen the miraculous witness where from our witnesses' testimony a truth was gleaned that even the witnesses themselves were not aware of. Thus it is paramount that you testify to the best of your ability. I'm sure this court will be able to find the truth. Are we in agreement? In this case, I suppose we must be. What is this feeling? The very first time since we arrived in this country, what? Finally feel like a real attorney fighting in a courtroom. Only just this moment, I guess. is Joan Garridan. My occupation, well, at the moment I suppose I'm a juror. She's confused about whether she's a housewife or a maid. The court expects your testimony. Nothing transpired in the Garridan home, which we know all about, because that was the whole first half of the case, or the episode. But shouldn't withhold even a single detail. Oh, and he's here too, somehow. You were here all along. So either at the time of the crime, I'm ready to testify alongside you. Well, what about your leg while I'm eating out a cane? Apparently didn't help him much during the previous breakdown, but still. 4th Northumberland Fusiliers Battalion, Captain of the 3rd Platoon. Survived countless battles. Now that I'm retired, I live a quiet life here in London. Wish I could see it that way. Juror standing as a witness. The first time since the founding of our British courts ever, really. I mean, shouldn't it have been their duty? Isn't it part of it to determine that the jurors are not related to the case? Like, if you're related to the case, you can't actually be a juror. I don't know how that works, but... More of the Garridan. My wife and I started fighting. Our candle stand fell over, lighting the carpet on fire. I put out the fire and ran to open a window. Meanwhile, I took aim on for everything I could at this poor man. There are plenty of knives in our room, so we wouldn't notice if one went missing, really. The weapon was one of our knives. I want you to prove it with evidence. Well, I mean, there's a broken off tip. There's really the only evidence, important detail we can glean from that knife from examining it. I'm forced to admit that my platoon was at a perilous disadvantage. If our armistice had been delayed by even a minute, it would have been engulfed in flames. But really, if this old man was pressed to say, it's brief moments like those that toe the line between life and death on the battlefield. Really. Just this testimony, it'll be difficult to produce evidence of the weapon. In battle, man finds himself lost in the fog of war. He loses sight of all else. And we'll have to reach the final truth with this cross-examination alone, I guess. Might actually be closing in on the end here, somehow. We're starting with this cross-examination. So let's talk about everything, as we are wont to do. You told us the reason yesterday you found a incriminating bookmark thing in a used book. Addressed to Mr. Garridan, except not really, because it wasn't his name. A hell of his own making. Oh. He's trying to act like I forgot, but he just had to tell everyone. And some of what you said wasn't even right. Intuition from the fight goes deeper than we will ever know. Isn't this good old social commentary? Candles envelope lighting the carpet on fire. Fire also spread to the furniture, including the bookshelf here. Mostly cut onto my things for whatever reason. My bookshelf and chair. Conveniently, we had water for bathing at the time, so we used that to extinguish the blaze. Our house is on the 3rd floor and the city water lines still haven't been connected there. Well, you have to go to the water trough to get water. Always tell our tenants that they can't use water during the evening. Apparently that mustachioed Japanese man was buying water for himself. Okay. And some kind of exchange student allowance from his homeland. Must be nice to be able to enjoy black tea in the evening. Under the impression that he used his whole allowance on books. The water all over the burning room. He was buying water. Well, took aim and threw everything I could at this poor man. including the burning book, even while your carpet and furniture were being set on fire. It's more concerned with throwing and killing. Well, the philosophy behind the suicidal toss is totally different, so we're told. I remember something from me. It's a knife among the things you threw. That's the big thing. Honestly, don't remember, but I'm not that much of a monster. Bread, cabbage, garlic, towels, sponges, napkins. Pretty sure I only threw soft things. Well, the book was by frost mist completely. I really feel the care and consideration you feel for your husband. Oh, I happen to remember what she threw. The Adventure of the Lion's Mane, a charming little book I just bought. Shame how little time it took before it was burned. It's quite the battlefield out there. Smoke from the fire got into my eyes and I started tearing up. Probably wouldn't even have noticed if a puny knife pricked me. And that was the question there, but let's check out the rest of this first. You'll notice if one knife went missing. How could you not notice? Well, carving pipes and making fishing gear are my main hobbies. Also make wooden decorations and dabble in leatherwork. Even if we lost a knife, we'd have plenty more of the same kind. Always buy knives in bulk when the 20-in-1 sale comes around at the market. Even eat our own food with a knife in each hand. Truly. I think I might have missed a different animation there. So I think I'm just gonna replay that just so I can confirm that. So. Oh, damn it. Of course it was right at that moment. I'm determined to see this, so we're doing this again. Oh, Christ. Well, even though I let go with even more anticipation that time, it still didn't work. There. Not skipping anything right now. Still happening here. There we go. Couldn't have gotten to the end of this without seeing that animation. Clearly, alright. And want you to prove it with evidence if it's one of their knives. I mean, there's no indication in the knife as to who it could belong, so... Seems like he didn't do it, there's only one other way the victim could have been stabbed. The claim that the defendant didn't stab her has yet to be proven. Only we had some way to instantly tell who's touched the murder weapon. Well, technology as miraculous as that sure would come in handy right about now. Well, fingerprints. Science has already figured it out. Well, apparently Sherlock Holmes had. He pretty much invented luminol, according to the canon. Someone touches something, a unique fingerprint is left behind. A number of countries already accept fingerprints as evidence. Currently working on adapting fingerprinting into our legal system, but apparently we don't have that yet. Have to find some other way. Only we wait a few more years to come to Britain, yeah. Already kind of feels like I heard all of these already, yeah. Sure if I'll be able to pull out any new information, but apparently we will. Must. Two of them may suspect it somewhere deep inside that she may have been the one to hurt the victim. But we need to find that proof, I guess. Which, you know, clearly just as easily said as it is done. So I have among the things you threw, only threw soft things. party to this. Apparently he remembers differently, I guess. Is there something that caught your attention about your wife's testimony just now? Memory does differ from hers just a tad. She mainly threw hard, heavy objects, books, fire irons, bricks, and so on. Not only that, she had impeccable aim. Still doing this. There's no possible way I could throw heavy things like that, she says. If you take a look at this, you'll get the idea. The time I was holding my pipe like so, and I was subjected to that horrifying barrage, it flew out of my hand. I accidentally stepped on it while I was trying to pick it up, and it split it right in two. The pipe just broke in half. Some hard object hit my pipe, knocking it out of my hand. Patch it up with some tape as a quick fix. Wonder if Mr. Gardner's testimony, well, I'm gonna say it's important just because we wouldn't gain anything if we just let it slide. There's profound meaning in that last statement. There's only one bit of knowledge to glean from the retired soldier's statement, and that's: defying your furious wife will only result in a broken heart and a broken pipe. Will you at least allow us to take a look at that broken pipe? Well, sure. So now we have in the court record. Used to have fallen on the floor unbroken during an argument with his wife. And now we have the option to actually look at it. It's apparently chipped on this side. A bit of pipe missing here. It seems to have been damaged recently at that. There's little graces everywhere. It must be well used. Maybe something is only well used once it's been scratched a lot over a long time. As for this missing piece, the fact that the wound is so new is starting to make me wonder. I don't know, I'm thinking that might somehow be related to the knife that had a piece missing. The way this tape looks like bandages, I can't help but feel bad for the poor pipe. Hey, there's... Wait, is that the fucking broken off piece of the knife? Is that literally the evidence we need? It's awfully convenient. What's this? It's a metal fragment. It probably broke off some kind of blade. And yeah, now we have the metal fragment as well. Fragment that we found inside of Mr. Garlip's pipe, like the tip of some kind of blade here. We thought of something, sure have. There's something about this that I just can't get my mind off. Maybe best to look at it with the other evidence in mind. Well, what if we look at the other evidence now, again? So now we know that there's freaking... the tip of this thing is broken off, and we have the other tip, so can we correlate these two things together now? I think I might have an idea of where it could have gone. It's probably this fragment we found inside Mr. Garlip's pipe. So that pretty much changes everything, doesn't it? We have an update of the evidence? Nope. But now we know. So let's continue and see exactly where we're gonna have a chance to get this or use this. Want you to prove it with evidence, well, I'm pretty sure we just got it, but it's probably gonna be a crapshoot. Figure out which piece of evidence exactly we need to present here. Maybe this? Yeah, there we go. It's either that or the knife, I guess. It's 50-50. Can't really see it well. This was found inside the pipe. Back in the platoon they called me Hawkeye John, but that was a long, long time ago. Now Nowadays, even when I'm reading my favorite book by the fireplace, I tend to do things like mistake the letters B, D, P, and Q. Well, maybe you should try putting yourself in the witness's shoes, attorney. Well, it does make it sound like you have some eye problems. Some sort of tiny metallic shard. Might just be the tip of a broken blade. Maybe tiny, but it's absolutely important piece of evidence, as we are about to explain, I'm sure. Why did you happen to pick this up? It was stuck inside Mr. Gardner's pipe. And that getting there, I think we know. Can't possibly be saying that it's related to the keys at hand, except we do. If you consider this shard alongside other pieces of evidence, or one other piece of evidence, I think the truth of the stabbing will become clear once and for all, maybe. Just notice that the back of his fucking robe is burned, you see that? When you look at that angle. When evidence combined with a tiny shard will reveal the truth, I think we already know. It's pretty redundant. Found on the victim's back. If you look at it carefully, you'll see that the tip of the blade is chipped just slightly, so there you go. Our entire hordes of thieves roaming the London city centre with shoddy knives. Knife as cheap as this one would break as soon as it struck bone. It's true then the tip of this knife would likely be stuck inside the victim's body, except that is not the case. The broken tip of this knife was inside a different victim's bone. Or pipe. This is absolutely absurd. If with the broken tip and this shard fit together perfectly, I guess he didn't bother testing that until now. Is it some sort of Japanese black magic? On the contrary, one might call it a miracle. So yeah, the exact time that this shard got lodged in this pipe would have been during the attack with the fire. And then that knife ended up stuck in the victim, so related to that horrifying barrage, it flew out of my hand. Some hard object hit my pipe, knocking it out of my hand. So yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Fight between the guarded couple happened at the exact same time as the crime. Enraged, she threw a knife at her husband. Then, the knife collided with Mr. Garridub's pipe and sent it flying. Knife's tip broke off. And then the shard that broke off the knife ended up inside the pipe. It's really like some sort of miracle. Big old coincidence right there. It's the only conceivable way that the shard could have ended up inside the pipe. Then the knife, now without its tip, flew through the open window. I'm still kind of having a hard time visualizing that. So it hit the pipe and then kept on flying, and this broken weapon descended from the Garridub's home and just landed on the victim's back. There you go. That's pretty much the only explanation we have right now for how it could have gone from the inside of their home to the victim. What a decadent demonstration. You piled up countless niggling details and proudly presented the resulting heap of dust. That's a very Japanese trick, isn't it? The niggling. What is your problem now? Our demonstration is nothing more than pretense, if you're wondering why. Boy. It's because there exists a fatal contradiction in your own assertions. Well, I'd love to hear about that. It's honestly very simple. The victim was stabbed in the back by this knife. Or maybe the victim fell before that, I don't know. It happened again. And then it just disappeared. Better remember the details of the case again. As the victim was walking along Briar Road, she was stabbed and collapsed on the spot. If a knife had descended from above within those circumstances, it would have hit her on the head or the shoulder or something. It would have been conceivable for the knife to land on her back. So we're saying... I don't know about inconceivable. We just need to do some creative visualizing. Falling knife had stabbed her, it would have been stuck in the very tip-top of her head. Yeah, that exact spot. But what's the truth then? Defense has overlooked something vital. I can't call it a logical conclusion if it has even a single contradiction. Demonstration doesn't have a leg to stand on. So what do we do now? I mean, shouldn't have been anything wrong with the path I was on, and yet the way it's closed off by a single contradiction. In other words, we can resolve that contradiction, the path will be cleared up once more, so there you go. Why don't you just default to this attitude on our own? I have to wonder, why do we have to rely on this? Just been taken by surprise and you've turned just a little bit pale. But if you're on the right path, then I believe there has to be an answer somewhere. In the information recorded in the court record. Looks like our Japanese boy has finally run out of rebuttals, so... You've accepted your own assertions as false, or... Does it? I mean, thinking you're gonna, end up speaking up again. Contradiction isn't because I am wrong. It's just another challenge. To make my case even more well-honed. There's no middle ground there. There's no way that a falling knife could stab an upright person in the back. In a normal situation. Okay, now we're doing the Mia Fei-mean. Certain piece of evidence tells a story. Tells us how. A falling knife could end up in the victim's back. Wait, what does? Hold on. Certain piece of evidence tells us the story we say, so I have to imagine that we're bluffing there. Present your evidence. Well, since we're the ones who posited the evidence. Here's the evidence that proves how the falling knife fell into the victim's back. I have no idea what it is, so let's go ahead and try to figure it out together this time. Well, here's one crime scene photo. Okay, so that's how the knife ended up in her back. Could it be the book? Oh, yeah, I guess it's the book, isn't it? Like, the book fell first, so she, like, leaned down to pick it up, and that's when her back was up in the air. The fourth book discovered in the scene of the crime explains it all. The final piece of evidence was from the guard of home. And that's why she had frickin' rigor mortis on the book, I guess, or something like it. The victim was holding Mr. Gardiba's book in her hand, if you recall. The constable testified that he had placed the book in her hand. When he moved the crime scene to the opposite footpath, and the reason he did that was because he said that's how he had found her, so that's not really a contradiction there. That's just how I found it. Victim was holding on to this book. In other words, the victim picked up that book by her own volition, so obviously she picked it up before she was stabbed by the knife. When you got a knife in your back, that's definitely not the time to be reading, yep. Did the victim pick up the book? Well, because it was on the floor, on the ground. You know, this book fell from the landlord's flat on the first floor to the ground. It was almost exactly the same time that the incident occurred. The victim was walking through the foggy London night on the pavement of Briar Road. As she walked down, suddenly a book fell right in front of her. So, imagine you were walking along when suddenly a book fell before you. Can't exactly imagine that happening, but suppose I'd probably reach out my hand. Yep, like that. Pick the poor book up. And that's when her back would be facing upwards. What do you think she might have looked like in this situation? Back was pointing to the sky, completely defenseless as she bent over. And in the instant while she picked it up, the knife fell, and there you go, perfect angle there, perfectly angled. But that's not all, I guess. Not far behind Viridian was another person walking on Briar Road. That was Sasuke, yep. He just basically stood there while that all happened. In that wispy fog, he failed to see the knife falling from the sky. Constable and his wife wouldn't have witnessed anyone else on the scene, so I guess the fog wasn't so bad horizontally, but vertically it was a different story, is what they've been telling the whole time. And it's all because there was no criminal to flee the scene. This case is just a tragic accident. Literally just going with that. So it's pretty much, yeah, unintended manslaughter, like in the second case, which I don't know. When you first revealed that knife, I started to realize maybe that's really what happened. So it seems. Whether it was on purpose or not, doesn't really matter. What I've done is still a crime. Without realizing it, I mean. Pretty much this is where the distinction between murder and manslaughter comes from, whether or not it's intentional. So I was blinded by rage, I threw that book at my husband, and then I threw the knife too. And there you are. It's like the ending of the first half, but it's backwards. It doesn't work quite as well. And yeah, there you go. He's got this freaking burnt robe. How is she doing? Well, I was taken to a bed in emergency care and told the situation is hectic at the moment. But there shouldn't be any problems, things will calm down soon. But yeah, the whole stuff falling from high up onto someone on the ground level, in a very contrived way, kind of reminds me of the third case from the second Phoenix Wright game. But they wrote this tragedy with their own hands. They'll need the resolve to stand and face it together. I'm sure if one might call this a dark cloud silver lining, but according to a report from the hospital, the victim is on the road to recovery. Seems to be just a matter of time before she regains her senses. Still don't know a thing about her, huh? And as for you, defendant, turns out you had nothing to do with this after all. was just a shitty coincidence. I wish to issue an apology to you. You journeyed to Great Britain from so far in order to study in peace. But we have only caused you immeasurable suffering. Well, yeah, this would totally be said by an official. But in this context, historically, one who must apologize is me. Well, That night a poor young lady had fallen before my eyes, but in my hysterical horror at what lay before me, I made a terrible mistake in my hysterical horror. I thought that fine lady had died. And so did the other guy. She did seem pretty dead. But I guess she isn't. I mean, I wonder if we'll ever actually get any dialogue out of her, or if she's just gonna be forgotten after this. It has been a year since my arrival. I was still yet to acclimatize to life in the imperial capital. My days were dismal. It was as if the spirits of the fog of London, damp and dreary, had come. What a poignant image, and it was the same then. I thought she was bewitched by the very same malevolent spirits. I know that dropping my books and fleeing the scene wasn't what I should have done. I should have done nothing other than call a doctor and notify the police of what happened. As an exchange student, I've dealt a terrible blow to the trust between our great empires. Well, as far as I can see, the essence of this case seems to be an apparition of an interwoven chain of misfortunes. Manipulated by this apparition, we were ready to rush to a mistaken verdict. Yep. Two were responsible for breaking that chain. This was absolutely a model trial, really. That's what we're going with. Now, sage citizens of the jury. The court has decided that now is the time for this trial to end. We request your final verdict. I think we already know. I only wish to arrive at a dignified verdict. Truth is often cruel, isn't it? Didn't think this would end with us losing a juror, but hey, stand here now as my wife's messenger. I'm gonna get a freaking replacement, I guess. Attaboy. It's about time now I can finally get to work, right? This will be a nice story for my grandchildren. Time has come. Present your final verdicts to the court. And finally, I have the A+ voice acting. Without any lag whatsoever, it's just my wants. But I'll deliver the verdict to the defendant, Soseki Natsume. And where's your flashy fireworks? Except it doesn't feel like a crappy resolution this time, like in the previous case. We're now a free man once again. Hope you will endeavor to bridge the gap between our two cultures. Be sure that you never find yourself in this courtroom again, or else. I mean, it wasn't really his fault the first time. But today's trial comes to a close. There you go. Old Bailey defendant lobby. Yeah, this was pretty much the entire stream. This case. And as such, it turned out to be a pretty long stream. Are there any other substitutes here? Well, wouldn't really know. come a long way from substitute lost students in Orahora, haven't we? My name is finally absolved of all doubt. Can tell since he said laugh. Well, it'll be a lot easier to tell if he actually laughed though. I've really done it. You've salvaged my life from the rubble. Hopefully because he didn't hurt anyone. It's great that everyone else has come to see that too. Said this before, but never could come to love London. On the roads I look around and see only foreigners. In the sky only brick skyscrapers. The Brits look down at me from above, they point and laugh. Look, that dwarf. Well, I think you were just imagining that. Well, you pulled me out of my tiny hole of depression. Stood on the grand stage against those Brits, and you didn't dare retreat. Yeah, that's clearly what we're gonna focus on, fixate on right now. The us versus them thing. What is this? An equal battle you fought with your words to unveil the truth unknown. When I saw those great fireworks launched in the Crown Court, my heart cried for joy. I'm both grateful to hear you say that, Will. My old friends in Japan will be delighted to hear about this misadventure when I go home. And he exists. Happened to oversleep just a bit, even though it's been pretty cursory relation to this case in particular. And the previous one too, like he wasn't even featured in that at all, except for a few details that were allusions to the canon. Looks like the court's about to be in session. Oh, yeah, he got thinking that it was the beginning. Was in such a rush for nothing then. Oh. Sherlock Holmes here again. This is Sasaki. Do you remember arresting him? Well, he's pretty much being responsible for pointing the way to him. Always hiding out in his little basement of a flat or in those dank little jail cells. What's he doing in a brightly lit room like this? He's gonna come out and say that. Got a whole mountain of things I need to say to you. Well, you must be. The man that ran off from that crime scene. You abandoned that poor victim. I mean, technically. Taking her to a hospital instead. Clearly none of this would have happened yet. By now she probably would have been awake again. But oh well, figure it was inevitable for her to end up this way anyway. They're all the same, you know, something like that is way too much of a fright. I'm honestly very sorry for what I did. Well, said there was a mountain of things you needed to say. Oh, I guess that was the mountain. And look at the bright side. What a pleasant experience, and all for free. Yeah, no repercussions or anything. You've been declared not guilty. Still not safe. Well, whatever do you mean? Knew it all along. I'm cursed by these damnable spirits and cursed by the Grim Reaper himself. Oh yeah, the rumor about when that guy prosecutes. Even if you're not guilty, you're doomed to a terrible demise. And I mean, so far that has turned out to be true. Even though not... Hold on. Guess what, it's time for me to do one last time, I think. Oh wait, I'm already on this page. Natsume Sasaki died when? 1916, so... At least 15 years after this point, I would say. 15, 14 years. Even if some sort of unruly bringer of death appears before us. My Solitaire will not fail to keep you safe from harm. Just this. He'll get a taste of my special move, the Solitaire toss. At least warn me before you do that. What are you gonna do now? You mentioned going home a while ago. Even though if you got here a year ago, you still got like 1 more year ahead of you, I would think. In this place. Before long, I plan to go home to the Japanese Empire. It's been a whole year since I first arrived in the British Empire. Going to university, living at my professor's teachings, visiting the libraries and the bookshops. Come to know this wonderful world of literature along with the city it was born from. I realize that my mission is to teach our empire about this culture. So put simply, you've gotten cold feet at the thought of the Green Reaper's curse. Well, the more I learn about literature, the more these strange emotions well up within me. When I return home, I wish to write something with my own 2 hands, which I guess he hadn't yet. I'll have to read one of Sasuke's novels someday. When did he write the fucking cat book? Hold on. Began in 1903 when he began to contribute haiku to literary magazines. Followed with short stories such as Rondon Ito, Tower of London, apparently. And the novels Botchan and Kusamakura. His novel Karoko at Dirge was the earliest and only major prose treatment of the Arthurian legend in Japanese. Okay. Earliest and only. Okay, that seems a bit redundant. Thanks, Wikipedia writers. When did he write the cat book? In 1905. Apparently, was the first book he published? There you go. And Miss Susata, what are your plans, right? What are our plans? What else are we gonna do here? Are we going back to Japan with that mustachioed gentleman, or what? I mean, we've apparently got at least one more thing. One more thing we need to do here. That's figure out the mystery of the dead guy that we were accompanying. We've been staying in a hotel. Well, been trying to find a cheap place to live before we go bankrupt. According to our calculations, our allowance will vanish entirely in about 10 days. If you'd like, you're free to take my flat. It doesn't have any windows, though. But the floorboards and ceiling are all in perfect order. And you'll never be alone because spirits will be there to curse you. So that's very inviting. When you're sound asleep at night, a spirit suddenly wrings your neck. What a refreshing way to start the day. Got a proposal for you two. How would you like to stay at my home for a while? Our home has a bit of a vacancy, even if you'd just be taking the attic. Talked it over with the landlord this morning and now Iris is cleaning it up, really. Should come as soon as you can. Doubt you have any luggage, well. Apparently fucking Naruhodo has a Daruma-doll, but we've never even seen it, I don't think. We get to live in the attic of a world-famous detective's home. I suppose I even have the option to look elsewhere now. It's decided then. Tonight Iris will be flexing her cooking muscles for a big welcoming dinner, alright. You're free to come over as well, so I guess we're not gonna actually get to see the Mrs. Hudson equivalent in this. Even if that person's existence has been implied by Sherlock Holmes mentioning the landlord. I'll be working on the paperwork for Sasuke's acquittal. Right. Oh boy, hold on. I need to look at this real quick. Okay, good. Okay. I knew I was right to choose you. I'm so glad that I could meet someone like you in this foggy city. Just said that we already have to say goodbye. I've realized that I belong in Japan. One day I swear we will meet again. Hope I can call myself a full-fledged attorney by then. Perhaps by then I'll have the air of a competent author, excuse me. Our coach has arrived. Well, guess we're going to Baker Street. Hopefully Mr. Sasaki will be acquitted in time to make it for dinner. And so the curtain closed on Sasaki's trial. 3 of us boarded a coach and set off for Baker Street. And then... attic. So this is it. Our new office. It's got a nice ring to it. This is like a dream come true, apparently. You see this, Asagi? It's only a small one, but I feel like we've come one step closer to fulfilling your dream, I guess. So what do you think? Do you love it or do you love it? With a slightly different inflection. Oh hey, he took off some of his clothes. He's got a pink shirt. Alright. Iris and I are glad you're here too. Do we know how old he's supposed to be? 34. It's almost time for supper. When Uncle Sasaki gets here, we're having a big party, oh boy. So he's coming too. You can make the salad. So how does it feel? Well, you established your very own office in London. But apparently that's not gonna last for very long, along with the thought of what might be waiting for us in this city. Wait. Exactly how I felt when I opened my own office here. Until I came to know the darkness lurking in this foggy city. Oh, is that foreshadowing I see? London is praised for being the brightest, most prosperous imperial capital of all. However, as the flame of London burns brighter and brighter, the shadow cast by its light grows into an ever greater darkness. I'm sure you'll find out for yourself in due time just how deep the darkness goes. I believe this bears repeating. Welcome to London. Oh. I guess we'll have to find out because there's like a whole bunch of unresolved points from trials 1 and 3 that have yet to be addressed in any kind of way. There was no way we could have truly understood Mr. Holmes' words. It would be just a short while longer before I would peer into the abyss with my own eyes. And then I met Arthur Conan Doyle himself, and then I met Friedrich Nietzsche. And then I became one of the edgiest people alive as a result of that. For a brief period. Okay, case 5, which I have to assume to be the last one. Adventure of the Unspeakable Story, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare, and the whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Right, hold on. I thought that I was done with looking stuff, cross-referencing stuff, but evidently not. Let's see. Napoleonic Tales. Okay, Sherlock Holmes, here we go. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Of course, I don't know if this is an actual quote or where exactly it would what part of the novel it would be quoted from. Because this is one of those very infrequent stories that's actually in the Sherlock Holmes canon that's actually a novel and not a short story. Okay, let's see. I think I found a quote here. The hound it was, an enormous coal-black hound, but not such a hound as mortal eyes have ever seen, so... Oh, I think this is supposed to be like... Oh, Jesus Christ. From the early part of the novel where the client comes to the offices in Baker Street. Mortal eye has rested upon. Stone, a foul thing, a great black beast shaped like a hound, yet larger than any hound that ever mortal eye has rested upon. Could that be it? Hold on. I clearly now need to go through each of these fucking chapters and do a Control F. Mortal man, Charles' death. That's not it. The man on the tower, Sherlock Holmes. That's who that is. Some spoilers if you've never read that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Say E. When did that change? When did that change? It shouldn't have changed. Okay. Down with the Baskervilles. Okay, no, this is the final chapter, I think. Let's see, the quote is... At the same instant, Lestrade gave a yell of terror and threw himself downward upon the ground. I sprang to my feet, my inert hand grasping my pistol, my mind paralyzed by the dreadful shape which had sprung out upon us from the shadows of the fog. A hound it was, an enormous coal-black hound, but not such a hound as mortal eyes have ever seen. So that part of the quote is paraphrased, and the other part is excised. Fire burst from its open mouth, its eyes glowed with a smouldering glare. Its muzzle and hackles and dewlap were outlined in flickering flame, never in the delirious dream of a disordered brain. Could anything more savage, more appalling, more hellish be conceived than that dark form and savage face which broke upon us out of the wall of fog? All of its ox-sized body was in white-hot flame. I'm pretty sure they made up the ox-sized parts for this. Yeah. So it's a very, very much partially an actually quoted thing. But yeah, looks like it's time for me to look at this again for very briefly, I guess. Like I always do, just to see the beginning of it. I guess it's gonna be referring not only to the Hound of Baskervilles, but if I had to guess, based on the small pieces of foreshadowing we've had so far, it's probably gonna also refer to a certain character that's referred to very frequently in Sherlock Holmes derivative media, but that only made an appearance in The Final Problem. At least I'm kinda implicitly hoping it does, honestly, at this point. So what's the intro to this look like?
来たぞ。ホームズの鋭い声が濃い霧の壁の向こうから聞こえてきた。私は霧のまとわりつく拳銃の撃鉄を起こして息を潜めて待った。永遠とも思える静寂、そしてその瞬間は突然訪れた。霧の中から見たこともない巨大な獣が私の目の前に躍り出たのだ。 それは確かに犬だった。しかし明らかに尋常ではなかった。目はこうこうと燃え上がり、猛牛ほどもある体躯に獰猛な青白い炎をまとっている。血を這うような息遣いとうなり声、私はあまりの恐怖に震え上がった。見たまえワトソン。ホームズは魔獣を見据えて言い放った。こいつこそバスカビル家に代々語り継がれる伝説の魔剣なのだ。
It's gonna be some kind of crazy animal murderer, like in Trauma Center. The very moment we arrived, we were trusted to a mysterious trial. But then... Wait, it's been 2 months? Not playing through this right now, just wanna look at the story. So, I guess it's been 7 weeks without him being involved in another trial. I wonder if they ever followed up with that Chief Justice guy. Until that one fateful morning, a single telegram ended our peace. Naruhodo Law Consultation Agency in London. Well, can we at least get some okay, there we go. I see the Dharma doll in the background at that time. Telegram messenger, since then. Something had clearly been bothering Susato, right? Yeah, okay, this is where we get into dialogue, which means I'm gonna be ending this right here for this game, because there's one final episode to go through, I guess, and I would imagine that if I were to play through it in one sitting, it would take about as long as the stream did, which is pretty long. So, no, I think I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try switching that off for a second, and I'm gonna never mind the fact that you can't hear the sounds. Totally just switching the cartridges in my totally real 3DS here, and oh, it doesn't work. Hold on, it's actually a shame. Why not? I don't want to fuck with this. Okay, hold on. Might have to take some drastic measures here. Okay, I'm switching the cartridges again. Okay, now it fucking works. Uh-oh, what's this? I'm changing the game. I took the cartridge out and replaced it with something else in the blink of an eye. I'm very good at this, you see. Alright. Why don't we unwind with a relaxing Picross 3D puzzles, such as come in the Soyuz Tojors Avec Vous book. That's totally how you pronounce that. You know, ignore the fact that you can't see the previews on the touchscreen. That's totally the intended way it's supposed to be visualized. Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs, here we go. Oh yeah, I think I pretty much have... what do you call it? Pretty much have a very clear idea of if I do end up, or if I do continue streaming fairly consistently, what it's gonna be like for the next month or so. Well, more like 2 or 3 weeks, because, you know, in only 2 weeks from now, as a matter of fact, since today was... Well, today was Monday. It's now Tuesday because it's past midnight, but 2 Tuesdays from now, something very special is going to drop. And I'm gonna be devoting pretty much the entirety of my energies to streaming that for the foreseeable future after that does drop. It'll be great, but first I have to wait for it to actually come out. Even if I have been waiting a really long time for that, there will be no concessions for anything else. But in the meantime, since I've got like pretty something that I do keep on streaming on like the off days, like Fridays and Saturdays, but also like managed to force myself to stream on Monday and on Wednesday. And maybe even Sunday if I feel like it, though that's pretty much decreasingly likely every time I try to get myself to do that. And I should be able to not only finish the Ace Attorney thing, but also go through the Castlevania randomizers that I wanted to for like 4 or 5 games. 5 games, I think, because it's Symphony, it's the 3 original DS ones, and Aria of Sorrow. I'm pretty sure I already did on stream once, but hey, I'm gonna fucking do it again because now is the time to focus on Metroidvania stuff in anticipation. And I think pretty much the only one of those that I've never completed on my own was Symphony, but I did play a little bit on my own and got to the end of the first castle without a lot of trouble, so can't imagine it'll be a big deal. But yeah, that's pretty much what my life is gonna be, at least in the streams, for the foreseeable future. Now let's enjoy some relaxing Picross 3D. Do you like Picross 3D? I sure do love logic puzzles, let me tell you. Sure is great that this totally came out in a way that's easy for me to get a hold of and not have to resort to shenanigans to get a hold of, because that's totally not what's going on here. This is my totally legit real 3DS with the capture card and everything. Anyone who does so or who tries to claim otherwise is clearly just a slanderous liar. Because how else could I be getting this to you, honestly? Simply no other option whatsoever in this universe that could be reconsidered for that. But yeah, these usually take a while, and I don't really know if I have anything else to talk about in the meantime. Shit. Like, what else am I even doing? I'm trying to fucking finish my thesis. I think I've been putting off for too long at this point, but I'm finally getting back into it, so that's cool. Who knows what the fuck is gonna happen to me after that's done, because that's pretty much the last requirement I have for graduating. And then I'm probably done with school forever, as far as I'm concerned. If I have any kind of say in the matter. Which it looks like I'm going to. And then I'm probably gonna look for, like, I don't know, ways to continue enabling my freelance translation and, like, maybe style correction as well, which is, like, the only thing I'm really comfortable with that has given me money. So that's neato. I mean, it probably won't be too big of a hassle to do that. But, you know, it's never too... It makes sense to be concerned about what the fuck is gonna happen to you. I think. Yeah, we're halfway there. If only I was halfway there to anything else that was actually important, that would be great. Yeah, but I don't think anyone wants to hear me talk about that, so... I don't know. About that Game of Thrones ending, I heard people were really disappointed with that. About that fucking people who aren't the author of a work coming up with a really disappointing conclusion to said work. About that good old inevitability of fanfiction shit and this principle that I warned people about constantly, but they don't listen until something like this happens. not people who actually are concerned with that, that is. How about that Dark Souls? How about that Sekiro game that I'm probably never even gonna finish, because I'm gonna finish fucking Neo before I go back to that even. Because I did get Neo fairly recently, and it does seem a lot more RPG-ish than Sekiro ever seemed to me. And that's my comfort zone, as far as I'm concerned. So clearly before I challenge myself with something that I actually find challenging, I need to stick to something that I can come up with a half-assed way to excel at. Because that's what I do. That's literally the definition of what I do with my life. It's why we're here right now. It's seriously the reason. I mean, I guess I could just use this fucking button in the corner and get this done a lot faster, but why do that? Almost like I'm doing this as a way to, instead of just ending the stream, as a way to play for time for some weird reason. But what would that be? I have to wonder. Certainly nothing underhanded. Really nothing that has the potential for me ending up embarrassing myself or anything like that. Oh, sorry. That doesn't happen, ever. But it might have to do with me not trusting Twitch, because no one should trust Twitch, independently of how many times its administration changes. There are some things that just remain constant no matter what. See. Okay. Okay. I could describe my train of thought, but I don't even know if I could accurately put it into words, because like, this fucking game is just pattern recognition. All day, every day. And it's like, hey, it's like Minesweeper basically after a while. It's like, see a specific pattern? Well, it has to be this way. It's about logical possibilities and not having to guess, because you got only one thing that you can possibly have in one space. And I don't know. Been doing this for a long time, and I do like the end results. It's not like I'm really being contemptuous toward it or anything, but it is really very simple. In a principled, or yeah, speaking in a principled way. It's pretty much one thing over and over. All day. Okay, I think we have this. There we go. I figured out the thing that was missing. And there we are. And that's what these flags are for. They're actually pretty important for doing this in a, what do you call it? In a succinct fashion, I guess you could say. But hey, at least this game is way more lenient than the original of it, which was Picture 3D with no subtitle, back on the original DS. In which you couldn't even make a single mistake, and I mean, I haven't made a single mistake in this puzzle so far, but even if I did, you can still get max points from that, like the only way. That's actually pretty cool, for, you know, if you don't want to like have to redo the same shit over and over because you got a slip of the thumb. The only puzzles in which you lose the potential for maximum score from doing just one mistake are like the super simple ones. You get done in like 5 minutes. So not this one. I don't even know what this is. being part of a team, book 47 apparently. It occurs to me that I don't have the screens in the right focus. The one that's big is the one that's static, pretty much, and the one where stuff is actually happening is the little one. But hey, that's my quality control I have for my stream. Just to say, my nothing. That's done. That's done. I don't care since I'm almost done with this, honestly. I'm trying to be very earnest with you in that regard. But it does make me wonder, since I've apparently spent nearly 13 minutes on this, if anyone's coming in here looking at the fucking Diagon and Cybon tag, and then they see some guy playing Picross 3D, and they're like, what the fuck? Twitch, you need to fucking get this guy out of here. It's a fucking monster of false advertising. I wanted to see anime Sherlock Holmes for another 8 hours. But hey, that would actually imply that people show up to my streams that aren't the people that will show up to my streams. That would imply that I have any kind of draw to the general public. And that would be a very good humor. Okay, what do you want me to do? Let's see. Oh. Wait, no, I just saw that, thank you. And, you know, fortunately too, using this hint thing, it doesn't actually solve anything for you, so you don't actually lose score from that either, so that's cool. But let me see if I can finish this off without pressing that again. It'll be hard. Okay. There we are. And should be pretty much done, I think. That's all we have to do now. Nope. Break this one too. There we go. And hey, this turned out to be... well, they actually get to see the highlighted finished version of that screen, at least. Ballroom Dancers. Wow. And yeah. Well, we got great on everything, because I'm so great, and we're playing on hard mode, which doubles my score, and I get a super awesome jewel. That's the best possible jewel. Let's look at the description for this. Ballroom dancing is performed both socially and competitively, and encompasses many different styles of dance such as the waltz, tango, and rumba. And that guy has a big flat top, he's like a Marvel villain. I don't know, it's like you have these basic shapes for this, but you can also scan your amiibos and fucking get custom puzzles from that. Such as Scurby, and as you can see, these are much higher fucking detail, even though they're the same process for unlocking them, or solving them. And hey, would you look at that, I already solved all of them, because as is well known, I own every amiibo in existence. They're in a giant collection of shelves right behind me. You'll just never see it, because I don't use a webcam. It's such a shame, but hey, I think I'm actually done for real now, so let's fucking not be doing this anymore. I mean, we could not be not doing this anymore, or we could, okay, do something really, really worthwhile, like what everyone wants to see. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess Picross. Which I thought I had a save file for, but apparently not. This is, honestly, fucking... Oh, wait, it doesn't go that way. Has a control scheme that I don't know. It feels really awkward, because it's like... similar to the Pokemon Picross that's on the... that's on the... what do you call it? Well, that's free to download. It's kind of like a freemium thing, because you much have to either wait 10 years or pay a bunch of money to be able to finish it in a timely fashion. And I chose to wait 10 years, because I'm not going to spend money on that. I'm almost done with it again. I had another save file and I lost it when I transferred from my old 3DS console to the one I have now. Which is a new 3DS. But yeah, that requires you to like hold, it's pretty much the same as this, but it requires you to hold a direction to keep it active. I think you can switch that in the control scheme, but I prefer having to hold a direction, and maybe I did it. Having a toggle rather than a hold and basically being, oh whoops. Having that be the only option, as opposed to, well, having be the only possibility, not really an option. That's the opposite of an option. The absence of an option. This feels weird. But hey, I still get by, as you can see, even when this apparently has no even, doesn't even let you know when you're done with a row or column. There's no change. Which I'm fairly sure you can turn that on, and I just left it off, because, you know, I'm a fucking Picross master, and I don't need that guidance. But it just feels weird. Like, it feels that that's something that you shouldn't necessarily have the option to have off, just because it's such a basic part of it. And then... you know, you get to the end of a puzzle. Like I knew I was about to do right there, you see, and... I get fucking midnight talking to you. You can now use the stamping levers. Yeah, that'll work out perfectly, because, you know, levers, these are the timeless thing that will never be relegated to irrelevancy. It's still going strong now, as I'm sure you're aware, but yeah, that's okay. For real this time, it's time to stop. Because the stream's been going on for 8.5 hours, and I'm gonna have some more dinner, which, you know, I had a little bit of dinner earlier, and it sated me for the time being, but I want to actually have something proper before I pass out, so... what are these emails that I've been missing? You can hear my fucking voice going out, because I've been fucking reading off the dialogue boxes in the game for that long. Ugh. Okay, apparently someone in Change.org wants me to help protect some mountain in Toluca, which is... something I didn't think I would ever hear. Protect anything on Toluca. But, yeah. Time for me to go turn on my... oh, it was in the middle of a thing. My music shuffle thing again. Yes, it's the end of the stream, and it's time for me to go back to doing my unintentional involuntary experiments to see whether or not the Twitch raid thing does anything if it's a one-person thing. Cause I see people, I see a bunch of names on the viewer list, and I know that like at least 80% of these are host bots. Don't even know if I can count on, on anything other than myself half the time. There's one that seems kinda weird. Seemed kinda weird. But no, I think it's time for me to do this. And try to pretend I didn't just make that remark. So I don't want to focus on that right now. It's time for me to bring this to an end. So y'all take it easy. Thank you everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting. We're always great whenever people chat. But in my case, yeah, people chat. It's very technically so. But it's time for me to... Well, it's time for me and anybody else who happened to be present and cares about this to read Captain K. Who starts a stream that he does increasingly later in the wee hours of the morning. Which makes this awkward. I have to keep artificially lengthening the stream to wait for that to happen, but finally it's... we're at a point where I don't have to do that too much, at least. They can listen to the freaking Sony Vegas keygen music to play us out. And I'll probably be back on Wednesday, unless something stupid happens, where I will, I guess, try to finish Daigakuten's Haiban. And then I'll be back on the weekend if I do manage to do that, either finishing it for real, or if I did finish it successfully before, I'll probably get started on the Castlevania randos. So you know, it's gonna be fun. But for now, it's time for me to go fucking make some soup. And try not to die of heat stroke at 2 in the morning, so bye.
I think it's the one on the end.